Joyful, poetic, and a little cosmic. She flow like incense in the early light, speaking in rhythms, painting the night. Eyes like moons, they pull the tide, whispering truths the stars can't hide. She hums with the wind, dancing so free. Fingers trace spells on the galaxy. Silver threads in her locks unwind, magic dripping like vintage wine. She a goddess, she a queen. Move like thunder, talk like dreams. If you see her, take your time. You in the presence of something divine. She's mystic. She's mystic. Mystic.
All right. What's going on, family? How y'all doing today? What's happening? It's your girl, Shot Bliss, aka Mama T, in the building. We are live and direct, coming from a place unknown, but here on earth with the rest of you. Until we blow the lid off this mother head somewhere else. But for right now, for right here, we in the building. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I want to make sure you hear me. The vocals is right. The sound check is good. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. I ain't seeing no ones. I ain't seeing nothing. I ain't seeing nothing. 1 is in the chat. All ones. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. Listen, guys and gals. Tonight, we got a show for your ass. Yes, we do. Today, we are diving into the mystical, the magical, the seen, the unseen, the realm of the planet Saturn as it retrogrades back into the sign of Pisces, the last sign of the zodiac, the last hoorah, hip, hip, hooray, before we enter into a whole new cycle. Now, Saturn is the planet that rules karma, rules responsibility, accountability, discipline. Are you acknowledging your karma? Are you acknowledging the spiritual path that you on? Are you putting yourself in a position where you getting locked in, or you finna get locked out? Listen, before I bring on my special guest, we are going to tap into this real deep. So you need to go grab your pens, your pads, your tea, your wine, your dry refreshments, whatever it is that you need to get into the zone, because we are going there. We got the oracles on deck, about to do deep dives and let you know on a metaphysical level, esoterical level, mundane level, psychological level, what this really means, not just for the collective, but for you. Because this is going to play out for everyone differently. It's not a one size fit all up in here. There's been a lot of talk about this transit. As you can see, a lot of things are going on. A lot of things are being revealed. I'm going to bring on an expert this sister right here. Before I bring her on, I got to pay some bills first. So I got to pay a little bill or two. And then I'm going to bring on this sister. I'm going to give an introduction of who she is, what she's about, what she's about to bring to the table. This one is going down in the books, y'all. You better get ready for this one. You're going to enjoy this show. Remember, go get your tea, get your dry refreshments, get everything you need, because we're about to get down with the get down.
Peace and positive vibe. Peace and
why this ain't playing.
Peace and positive vibrations. Welcome to the portal as you enter into the world of the sacred. It starts with a pour, slow, intentional, steam curling like whispers from the ancestors. We don't just sip tea, we build legacies. We're in alignment. This is a vibration you can feel, touch, taste, and smell. The ancients knew. They sit to awaken, to dream in technicolor, to open the third eye, to use the realms unseen, to tap in. Blue Lotus. by the moonlight, woven into the mystic hands of time, infused with mango green and peach oolong, apple, hibiscus, ginger, a blend of the body, soul, and spirit. And now it's yours, hand blended, small batch, crafted with intention. 'Cause when it's gone, baby, it's gone. Because real magic ain't mass produced. One drop at a time. How we flow. Survive, sacred tea, baby. So don't wait. Tap in, sit deep, and let this moment be a ritual, a return, a renewal. SacredTea.net. Let's get it. Claim your cup. Sacred tea. Before the last drop is poured. Sacred tea. Sacred tea.
All right. You know what it is. Introducing to you, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, now you're going to know. The hip hop artist extraordinaire, the queen of Ruckus Records, said that. Yeah, I said that. The sister has a degree in psychology. I bet you didn't know that. Or is that true? Right? You studying that, right? I don't want to like put some shit out there that ain't true, but I know. You a master of what you do, the most articulate, the most intelligent. The girl's verbal swords is crazy. Not only that, when it comes to astrology, we are talking about a master in her prime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the one and only my sister, my Cancerian sister, Tiye Phoenix is in the building. What's up, Ty? How you doing?
What's up? I'm so excited to be here. You see what my shirt say? Can you read it? Can you read it?
I just got a crown load. TP crown load for my sister. Fire. You need to go check it out. In case you didn't know, you're going to know now. When all of us start saying crown load, we got it from Ty. Ty coined that phrase. That's her phrase. When we say crown load instead of download, this is who came up with that term. Giving the sister her props. I told you you got it on the shirt. Can we get the shirt? Where can we get the shirt? Is it available?
You can get the shirt. Just let me know if you want the shirt. I'll give it to you.
No, I mean, some of the people might want to buy the shirt. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you can see it. I don't know if you get the details. There is a
back up a little bit. Oh yeah, that's fine.
All-seeing eye, crown, jewels. Because here's the thing, Mama T, you've been dropping crown loads. A lot of wise women who are activated and tapped in and turned in, going against the grain.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're not following that traditional, widely accepted path, but I got the crown load, and I know Spirit wouldn't have put the crown load in me for no reason.
That's right.
So I'm just saying, we've been all following our first mind, following our heart, sharing crown loads even when it wasn't popular.
Right.
Sharing the crown loads. We say crown loads, but not download, because it's not going down, it's going up to the crown. Okay?
Indeed. Ooh. I don't have my sound effects today, y'all, so I'm just gonna have to improvise with that ad lib on that. Indeed. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate what you bring to the table, what you bring to this information, your perspective on astrology. Little do y'all know, me and Ty be having these hours-long conversations, like a whole shift. I could talk to Ty for like 8 hours. We'd be like, damn, what time is it? We be going in on the science. We break things down. We take a look at it from all these different perspectives to get a holistic approach to what these transits mean, not only to us, but to the collective. So I thought it was imperative to have this show tonight as we talk about this transit that's going on and this dance between Saturn, Neptune, going back into the sign of Pisces. But before we begin, let's give a little backstory on what these planets represent, right? What they represent and what does this actually mean? And then we're going to go ahead and do our deep dives and dissect this and break it down. So for the people that's listening, don't even know nothing about astrology, they never heard of this what's going on, but they may have been hearing this thing about you got to lock in right now. Now's the time to lock in. Lock in. Yeah. So I want you to first give the backdrop of Saturn, Neptune, Pisces, and then let's go into this lock in, lock out type of energy.
Okay, so Saturn, the planet Saturn, first off, like Shah Bless was saying, if you don't know anything about Saturn, you know the difference between Saturn and Pluto or Saturn and Mars. I'm gonna just give you a little information on Saturn, some keywords that you can always commit to your memory and know to associate with Saturn. So when you think about the boss, whether it's your boss at work, the CEO, the person who's the head NIC in charge,
right?
When you think about that, that is Saturn. Okay. When people say father time, you know, people juxtapose mother nature with father time. So when you think about father time and people say, oh, time heals all wounds, and how, you know, the Egyptians, the Kemetic civilization, time was considered a god because they say, even if you don't choose to change, time will still change you even without your permission, right?
Yes.
So when we think of father time, when we think of the boss, the head, NIC in charge, when we think of just that authoritarian figure, like your actual father or dad, that is Saturn. Also, the attributes or characteristics that we often associate with authoritarian or father-like figures, such as discipline, responsibility, maturity, those sorts of characteristics and attributes also describe Saturn. So that gives you the picture. There are thousands of keywords, millions and millions, actually more of keywords that I could use to describe the planet Saturn. But those are the most popular, the most often referred to keywords that we use to describe the energy of Saturn. So if you think about it, like when everybody just comes around, when the boss walks in and everybody says, oh, the boss coming. Shh, the boss coming.
Look busy.
Look busy. Look like you're getting some shit done, right? Or even, you know, depend everybody's household. I know it's different. We didn't all have the same identical household, but oftentimes people think of when dad is coming home. Oh, dad, your uncle, whatever father-like figure that was in your home, you know, who set the rules and established the guidelines that everybody wanted to follow. You didn't want to make him mad, right? You didn't want to make that fatherly figure mad. Even if your mom, you know, took on that role, some people, you still wanted to obey the boss. So now you have a visual, now you have an energetic representation of what Saturn means and represents. It also is associated with awards, rewards, and awards. So if you think about how the person who's the most hardworking, the most disciplined, the person who committed and was dedicated to a goal, and they did not waver from that goal. They did not quit. They said, I'm going to see this through to the end. Saturn often rewards those individuals, right? Saturn rules Capricorn in the zodiac, and it's symbolized. The animal that symbolizes Capricorn is the goat. If you think about a goat, it can sleep on the side of a mountain on one leg standing up. You see, that's the goat balance. The goat has amazing balance, right? So you think about Saturn and being the top of the mountain, literally top. So we got what? The top, the boss, discipline, responsibility, maturity, all of those characteristics. So now you know you get a visual in your mind. If we were to personify Saturn, what type of person that would be, right? So now we know. So for the past couple years, Saturn was in the sign of Pisces, like God Bless was saying, is the last sign of the zodiac. It was already in Pisces. So we're talking about Saturn retrograding back into Pisces, but it was actually already transiting through Pisces for the past couple years. Now, what is Pisces? We talked about what is Saturn. So hopefully on paper, like, Shah said, get paper, pen if you need, a visual representation of the information, or maybe you don't, and you can just see it in your mind. But you should have a column on the left that's with all those keywords that we just used to describe Saturn. And now on the right, I'm going to give you all the keywords to represent Pisces. So you can just see what the Saturn-Pisces relationship has been over the past couple years if you haven't been paying attention, looking out into the world. Okay. Pisces being the last stop on the wheel. The zodiac wheel is a diagram that represents the journey that you and I both are taking in our incarnations in this life, right? The entire wheel consists of 12 houses. The last house, the 12th house, is Pisces. So it is the last stop on this life journey. It is where everything dissolves. Everything is absolved. If you think about salt, and then you put salt in water, come back about 2 minutes later, 3 minutes later, you don't see the salt. Like, where did it go? That's Pisces. Things mysteriously disappear. Things mysteriously evaporate. Think about ether, vapors, things of that nature. When people die from asphyxiation or carbon monoxide poisoning, carbon monoxide, you can't see it, hear it, or smell it. That's Pisces. You look up what happened. Where was what? I don't know. I didn't see any evidence of. So it's very mystical, very ethereal, right? Magical, mystical, and musical. All three of those words, those M words, you can associate with Pisces. So it rules music, right? Because music is the most mystical way that we absorb information. All of a sudden, you start singing a song. You're like, how did I memorize that? How did I know the words, right? It seeps into the subconscious. So Pisces rules the subconscious. It is ruled by Neptune, the planet Neptune. And Neptune, as you know, in Roman mythology, Greek mythology, the god of the sea, Poseidon, actually, I believe is the Greek god of the sea. Neptune is the Roman god of the sea. But it rules the ocean, right? Because the ocean is this mystical, vast body of water that nobody really knows the depths. Some people say there's oceans under the oceans and under those oceans, right? So if you think about Pisces, think about all things mystical, all things spiritual, all things where things you can forget. Not only do things absolve, but you can forget, like, where are my keys? What I do in my wallet? That's Neptunian, Piscean sort of energy, right? And again, like I said, I'm giving you 10 keywords, but there's like 10 million, right? So I think you muted. I don't know. Are you muted, Shah? You muted.
What the hell? Sorry about that, y'all.
I saw you. I was like,
I'm here running my mouth. So the things that you were saying, right? So I was making a little list, right? And one thing I've noticed about Saturn and Piscean or Neptunian energy, Capricorn energy, they seem to have this opposition going on, right? In qualities, right? So you were saying like how Saturn can represent time, right? But Pisces or Neptune makes you forget or lose time in a way, right? You may lose track of time, so to speak, right? And how Saturn wants to, it also represents limits and things that bind you or boundaries, right? Whereas Pisces, Neptune, They don't have any boundaries. Right? So now you will have this clash of these two energies coming together, creating confusion like a bug, right? So it's like really, now this is why people are feeling all of these different energies, like they feel lost or lost at sea, right? I hear a lot of people feeling confused, or they're like in this limbo state. So when you hear things about when people are saying that when Saturn goes retrograde into Pisces, a sign that doesn't have any form, sign that rules spirituality, subconscious mind, the depths, or the soul, so to speak, with a planet that rules karma and limitations and boundaries, how can one take that energy and either be locked in or be locked out? Let's tap into that.
That was such an excellent title that you assigned to this live, because, you know, the challenge, the social media challenge, which I don't know who started it, but I saw at least, I know, 20 different posts that came on my timeline, on my feed, talking about it's the Great Lock-In. That's the title of the challenge, the Great Lock-In.
Wow.
Yeah. So I was like, so when I saw that, I said, that's an interesting title. And I believe I understand the motivation for why that title was chosen, because again, like we were saying, Saturn is discipline. It rewards those who don't quit, who say, I'm going in for the long haul. You know, I have the stamina, the dedication, the drive, you know. So I get where they would say, because Saturn, again, representing the top, right? A pyramid, you think about a pyramid, it's wide at the bottom and it's narrow at the top. Why? Because everybody can't be at the top. That bottom, that base of that pyramid is everybody's down there.
Right, right.
But everybody talking, I'm working for the top.
Only the selected few. Or those who can work hard enough to reach, because the higher you go, the steeper that climb gets.
The steeper that climb, the harder your legs start burning.
Boy, man,
yeah,
shit steep. So let's tap into that a little bit, because what does this actually mean? Why do you think they're saying this is a time to lock in? What are you actually locking in Pisces? Because remember, also Saturn is retrograde. It's not going direct. So with it going in the motion of retrograde, that takes on a totally different meaning than it's being direct, right? So it's slow moving. It's going what we think is backwards, meaning that it's internalized. It's not necessarily externalized in the sign, a feminine sign, in a water sign, right? That rules the subconscious mind. So what exactly are we locking into, or maybe even getting locked out of? Because Pisces also rules isolation, right?
That's a fact. You know, it's funny you say, you know, this idea, are you locking in or are you being locked out? And then you make a very good point. Saturn is not moving direct. It's retrograde, meaning that it is going over territory it already covered.
Right.
See, Saturn was already in Pisces.
Right.
It's not like, oh, I'm going to Pisces for the first time. No, it was already in Pisces, left Pisces, went into Aries, which is the great, you know, that's the real beginning, right? That's the real reset. And then said, oh, wait a minute. There's some things that people need to readdress, reconsider, reapproach, that's retrograde. Resurface, reemerge, all of that. So you didn't do it, maybe you didn't finish it, maybe there's some other things. So that's what retrogrades are about. So Saturn, what you said, another key word you brought out was karma. This is karmic retribution.
Boom. That's where I wanted to get to. I say retribution. I say indeed. Indeed. I think that is the major theme of Saturn going into Pisces. This is strict, I won't say strictly, this is all about spiritual karma, whether you're going to pay off a karmic debt or you're going to receive a karmic reward at the end of this transit as it travels through the final decan of Pisces, which I believe is ruled by Pluto.
The final decan of Pisces would be the Scorpio decan.
Pluto Mars shit.
Ruled by Pluto. Yes. Oh.
I'm passing you these alley-oops because I know you.
Okay. I caught it. I'm ready. All right. Yes. So in light of that, right, where we say, oh, we're locking in. And then the question arises, locking into what? Locking into what for what? Why? Like, and then we're talking about the third decan. Decan it represents a 10-degree interval. So when we're talking, for those who might not be familiar with that level of astrology, what we're saying is that very last, those last degrees of Pisces, this is where Saturn is. Not the beginning, not the middle, the last degrees of the entire zodiac, right? Because we said Pisces was the last stop on the zodiac. So if Saturn is at the last degrees of Pisces, it's at the last degrees of the whole zodiac. Now, if the entire
last days, honey, we living in the last days of this last cycle. This is the end of the end right here. Now, I'm not talking biblical religious shit, right? We're just talking a cycle is ending. And karma, the sign of karma is in the last sign of the zodiac, which represents spirituality or the soul, or what you may have to sacrifice.
Because Pisces rules that. It rules sacrifice.
Yes. So, or what have you sacrificed in order for you to gain whatever it is that you're looking to? Or what have you shed? What have you removed? What have you cleansed from your soul? What kind of karma have you cleansed out of your way? Saturn is here to test you. This is all about tests. This is about testing your soul. This is about clearing your karma or seeing if you're going to make the same mistake twice, to be looped in that fish cycle. Because the fish swims, if you look at the glyph of the Pisces, it's two fish swimming in opposite directions, right? Mm-hmm. So what is Saturn coming to do with that flow? Is it coming to check it? Is it coming to see if you're actually flowing in the right direction, or are you in a loop? Are you in a cycle? Are you entering into new contracts or the same old contracts? Are you karmic contracts? Mm-hmm. Are you going to break them? Are you going to get locked into them? Or are you going to get locked out of them? The choice is yours. The choice is ultimately yours. But we're being faced with a lot of things that are being resurfaced to the top. Saturn will drudge up some shit you thought you hid, some shit you thought you got away with. The final cycle, you're going to have to either write this check or cash it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, this is Virgo season, and Pisces is opposite Virgo. So we got the sun, you know, whatever season is that we're in, that's where the sun is. So we got the sun over here in Virgo, and now we got Saturn opposite the sun over here in Pisces. Whenever you deal with the sun, we're talking about what? That's your egoic force. That's your persona. That's fun. That's recreation. Anything Leo, right? Mm-hmm. Saturn, right? And the sun rules Leo. Leo's a sign of the child. Saturn, we just said, corresponds to the father. Children like to go have fun. Saturn says, no, you got to be disciplined, right? Children say, no, recreation. It's all about amusement. That's being childlike. Saturn says, no, you have responsibilities. Yeah. You have to be disciplined. So now we got Saturn in opposition to the sun.
In Virgo.
You see what I'm saying? This is about you in many respects. Virgo is about your habits. Virgo is about health and wellness. Virgo is about routines. So we got the sun over there in Virgo. That's the season we're in, right? So shining light, that's what the sun does. It shines light on what are your habits? What are your routines?
Good or bad?
What are your rituals? And Saturn over there in Pisces, right?
Yeah.
You got this is about what Shah said. This is about habits that possibly will be dissolved. This is about routines that no longer will serve you. This is about if you have Saturn at the last degrees of Pisces, the last stop on the car on the wheel, the last stop on the life journey, the soul's journey. We're talking about the karma that has to come about as a result of you either dissolving what does not serve your wellness. Virgo is health and wellness. Or, right? What'd you say? What do you think, Sean?
It's your mental state, like everything that deals with your well-being, right? Your well-being. So there's another component, right? As we're talking about Saturn, we can't talk about Saturn without talking about Neptune, okay? And I like how you brought in the sun with it being in Virgo, the opposite sign of Pisces. And not just what Virgo represents. Virgos also represent the workplace, right? Your jobs.
That's right.
Right? Things that you do for a living, like your job, your workspace, and things of that nature. These things will be challenged as well. Your health habits, the foods that you eat, as well as we're forgetting a major component, not forgetting, but we didn't mention Neptune also rules addictions, right? So you're talking about habits and addictions and things that are not serving you. And even the form of, like, when you're looking at Neptune, we're looking at Pisces, that can be a form of codependency as well, too. So Saturn is here to test all of these things that we may have been codependent on, addictive to, right? People, places, or things, whatever that may be, and being held accountable for that. Because, you know, Pisces sometimes like to play the victim. It don't want to be accountable for shit. It want to swim under the rock and you don't see it, right? But Saturn is here to bring, to reveal what was hidden or unknown, because Saturn makes shit real. So Pisces rules secrets too.
Yes, yes, and it rules dreams. So Pisces rules the dream realm, and Saturn rules reality. So this is also where on one end, this is where your dreams become real, or where the dream, or you acknowledge that the dream or the fantasy is not real. See, it's either or. It's either or. And like,
ain't no in between, huh?
It's like that dream needs to be crystallized, meaning that it needs to come down. The Saturn is what's real, what you can tangibly put your hands on. And so either a lot of people, your dreams are finally going to come into physical reality, crystallize into 3D, like the dream that you always had, or the low end of Pisces, the dream is when it's not real. That's what we call delusion.
Right.
Because Pisces rules mental illness. I know we going with these keywords, like they all, like they just keep coming, but it rules mental illness on the low end, and delusion, imagination. See, there's a line there between imagination and delusion. And I know we like to say, well, there's nothing wrong with, they call it Delulu. Isn't that the nickname for it now? I was a little Delulu. That's what they say now. That's the shortened version. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows.
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with having an imagination, but living in an illusion or fantasy that's not real, it's not tangible. It's, you know what it is. You're putting on the rose-colored glasses because you don't want to be held accountable for things that are not manifesting in your life because you haven't put in the work. So you live in this realm, or then people say this, well, if it was meant for me, it would have happened, or this, that, and the other. To me, that's like a cop-out, right? Because there are things that are meant for you if you put in the work. What if you had to go across the street to get it? It's meant for you, but we left it right here across the street. You got to get off the couch, get out the house, put some clothes on, and walk across the street to get it. It's meant for you, but we left it here. It's not always going to land at your feet. So for you to think that it's just going to miraculously appear, even though miracles do happen, I think Neptune is in that realm as well. But with Saturn there, it's like you have to put in the work and you have to be realistic about your goals, about your dreams, in order for me to bring this into fruition for you. If you're going to be stuck in confusion, repeating the same cycle over and over again, well, then now Neptune, Saturn also brings on sicknesses as well as depression, right? Pisces rules hospitals, mental asylums, jails. You see what I'm saying? So if you're calm, if you think you're getting away with a lot of shit you might have done, these three things might be waiting for you to you either get locked in or locked out. Right.
So you're talking about the planet of karmic retribution going back into the sign of jails, going back into the sign of imprisonment. And imprisonment may not just mean physical. I mean, some people are imprisoned, like you said, by false reality. They're imprisoned by ideas or dreams, as we said, that are not serving them. So it could be physical, and also like addictions, like you said. And there's been, if you've been paying attention in the world, that's the best and fastest way to become adept in astrology, is to look around you, because there was a massive overdose recently in Baltimore. I think 29 people. Now follow the degrees now. Saturn going back to 29, 28. There were 20, like 28. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows and seen it. There was a massive overdose.
Poisons, right? Neptune also.
It was a drug that I guess was an experimental drug that went out there, and people, they tried instant fatalities. And when I saw that, I saw 28, 29 people. I said, that's Saturn going back to 28, 29 degrees of Pisces. You do not want to overindulge. You do not want to overindulge in intoxicants right now with Saturn in Pisces. I promise you, anything that like induces escapism, you want to be very moderate with that. You want to be. I'm not telling. Listen. You want to
listen. Drop it like it's hot.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm just telling you. I remember years ago, Sha. Years ago. I put a post up. Neptune was retrograde at the time, and Neptune is retrograde too. But we're not talking about retrograde, but it's retrograde too right now, and it's gonna go back into its home sign of Pisces. But that won't happen until Libra season. We talking about Saturn right now. But I remember I did a post, and I said during the Neptune retrograde, I would not be irresponsible with indulging in narcotic substances, intoxicants, things of that nature. Within a few days, the rapper Mac Miller passed away. I remember that specifically because at that time I still was nervous about sharing astrology that I thought would make people uncomfortable. But I was like, I'm not being forthright if I don't share with people what I feel like we need to see. Yeah. So
you have to share what you see. All right. So everything is not feel good, and everything is not doom and gloom, right? So you need to have the balance, because we live in a world where things happen. And if you were guided or even misguided, you can navigate in a certain way. Right. So when we're up here and we're talking about these planets and the transits and what they represent in the fields that they open, you have to ask yourself, where do I fit in this field? Am I experiencing some of these things, right? Am I in a mental fog? Was I living in a fantasy? Did Saturn just come and pull the rug up from underneath my feet? And I'm thinking that the world is ending, the sky is falling, and all of these things. It may not be that. It may be something to awaken you and to shape you into a real reality, because you may have been living in a false one. Okay. So these are the things that we have to pay attention to. Saturn doesn't play games. It's not here to play around with you. It really rules greatness and success. But in order for you to achieve these things, it rules rewards, right? Like recognition, legacy, right? So many think or feel or say traditionally that Saturn is who's the father, but I don't always agree with that. Because if we're looking at Capricorn, Capricorn is a feminine sign, right? The masculine side of Saturn is actually Aquarius. But if we're looking at it from a Capricorn lens, Capricorn does rule the feminine energy, the elder woman, the elder mother of the family, the matriarch of the family, big mama, grandmama, right? The older woman that holds the family down. She's responsible and accountable for the family. Not so much in the house, because the reason why we may attribute it to being the father is because it rules authority, right? Those who have authority. It's the enforcer of law, of karmic law. So it doesn't matter the gender that it's in. It's really the character and the energy that it holds. So it makes you accountable and responsible for putting in the work so you can achieve greatness or reach your highest goals to receive the rewards in life. And if you're not doing that, you're shortcutting, you playing games, you messing around, your first test is when Saturn comes and gives you a Saturn return. But Saturn expresses itself in various ways and forms in different signs. But in the sign of Pisces, it makes you spiritually accountable. You have to grow up, spiritually mature, right? You can't be the victim all the time, blaming someone for your shortcomings. You're going to have to look at your role in shit. What did I do wrong? What do I keep doing, right? You can't keep hiding. You're going to have to bring it to the surface. Now, fish jump out the water. It doesn't all, fish, things come out the water. Things surface out once you stir the pot, because Saturn is the ground, right? Saturn is the bottom of the sea floor. And if the shit start rumbling, we got tsunamis now. That water rises. Things have to come to the surface. There's a cleansing. There's a purging that needs to take place. A whole spiritual detox. Shout out to Virgo.
Yeah,
right?
Shout out to Virgos.
Right? This is a spiritual detox that needs to take place. And people, places, and things will come into your life to test you, to see where you are, if the ground you're standing on is strong enough or sturdy enough to withhold your dreams, your realities, things that you are trying to pursue. And if it's not, this is the final stage to clean that shit up, because you don't want to carry that into the next cycle, because that will leave you locked in an old one. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you will use the word accountability. Now, when you hear the word accountability, it has the word count in it, which implies numbers. Saturn rules numbers, math. So if Pisces is where things can be falsified, Pisces is where things can be fake. What have people been talking about in music? And Pisces rules music too. Fake numbers. Fake numbers. So Saturn going back into Pisces, we've been talking about fake Spotify streams. We've been talking about people. These are real stories. These are real stories. If you're on social media and you're scrolling, you have to hear about stories about certain artists who got prestigious awards, but allegedly their streams were fake, which then allowed them to receive awards for maybe sales that are not real. That's been a whole conversation. A lot of people have had, a lot of artists have had their streams wiped. So we talk about Saturn, obviously going back to correct, right? Like coming back to rectify shit.
Well, let's just bring up some names. Let them know we Beehive shit, right? We talking Beehive stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now, isn't she a Virgo?
She is. So the sun just crossed her sun. She's had a birthday like what, 2 days ago? No, today's the 5th.
Yesterday.
Her birthday was
Yesterday.
So you see how that Saturn, when Saturn is opposite your sun, it's like, wait a minute, hold on, before we talk about balloons and confetti and celebrating. Wait a minute, we might have some incorrect numbers going on here.
Right, and we're bringing it to the surface what you once hidden in music. Check it out. Pisces rules music. Saturn also rules industries or corporations, right? So if you're finagling, you're doing things. Neptune is in there too. Like, it's too close to ignore, right? So Neptune rules deception.
Neptune rules deception. So we talking about fake numbers, right?
Fake numbers, right? And Saturn is going to hold you accountable for the fake numbers. So of course, now things are brought to the surface. How ironic it's being brought right when her sun comes along and opposes both of them. You can run, but you can't hide.
Also, Saturn rules elders, like you said, elders, older people, right?
Yeah.
Pisces rules music. This was a very, very big year for mature artists, mature musicians.
The old school hip hoppers.
Yeah, this was so we knew. Once Saturn, like we said, Saturn was already in Pisces. Saturn is just returning to Pisces. Yeah. So this past couple years, when Saturn was in Pisces, I said, "Oh, all of that, you too old to do hip hop. That's gonna go out the window."
That's the best
year, that's Saturn Pisces. We knew older, mature musicians. Now, also, Saturn, we said, rules responsibility, right? You being mature, you being obligated. Also, Saturn is obligated, like what you're mandated to do. You know, I'll be like, I don't feel like doing that. Saturn is like, oh, this is not about what you feel like.
You feel what you feel like. What you need to do, right?
Mandated, mandatory, right? So we're talking about responsibility, right? Maturity and musicians. A lot of artists have not been responsible, have not operated with integrity. Saturn rules integrity. We've seen this. We've seen this. Artists been on trial. Come on now, like
like right on, absolutely. And I guarantee you, if we look at some of their charts, this Saturn is going to be afflicting their sun somehow, whether square, opposition, quincunx, whatever the case may be, conjunct. There's something going on there, and they're in the public eye for us to see, because these transits play out in real time through us and our behavior, right? And when you see so-called quote unquote celebrities or stars under the guillotine, like you're seeing them being exposed, because Saturn will expose your ass and things that you're doing. This is letting us know the theme of what's going on in this last transit. I don't know, how long is this going to last? This last transit with Saturn going into Pisces.
Saturn is going to, I think it's going to be retrograde for the rest of the year, like to December. So this is what I'm saying. This is a rectification. Like, this is a rectification, meaning that whether it's fake numbers, irresponsible artists, well, I don't care. I get on the mic and say whatever. I don't care who's affected. That's not going to happen too much longer. Matter of fact, can I play something for y'all? Y'all think, by the way, Sha Bliss.
Yes, ma'am.
In the spirit of MahMah T, and MahMah T in the spirit of Sha Bliss.
Ashe.
Has an incredible verse on the A of A remix.
Oh, wow.
Because the A of A stands for Age of Aquarius. So we told you, welcome to the A of A. It's a brand new world. It's a different day. We thought we were just talking. Thought we were just spitting rap lyrics. Like, no, we told you it was a different day. Everything is changing on the world stage. Listen, let me play this.
Go ahead.
Saturn and Pisces. Listen, hopefully you guys can hear it. Hopefully you guys can hear it.
I think it's about time we hang that gangster rap shit out. Yeah. And admit that we all was stupid. Even me. Got tats all on my face, did all that. All that gang shit. We did that. That shit's stupid. You got NBA Youngboy promoting peace. You got Lil Durk promoting peace. You got Young Thug snitching. Everybody snitching. Everybody snitches. Everybody going to jail with snitching. It's just getting real corny. It's getting real corny. Like, I mean, when you really think about it, like, y'all killing the shit out of each other. Y'all really killing the shit out of each other. This shit is a game. Who can kill the nigga the fastest? Not the white man. But hey, I think it's time that y'all hang that shit up. Gangster rap is corny. Because when you get older, once you get older, like 30-something, that shit played out. Because you mature and you realize and you wisen up and you get some guidance and you realize that shit was dumb. So why can't we just stop it now? Just stop being dumb right now. Don't wait till you're 30. Don't wait till you're 35. Don't wait till you go to jail for life to repent and pray to God. Why don't you just stop the dumb shit now? I stopped. Y'all see me changing. Life's great. I love God. I'm happy I'm not in a hurt place no more. I'm happy I'm not selling drugs. I'm happy I'm not doing any of that shit no more. Peace, blessings. I think it's about time we hang that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Everybody, welcome to. They thought we were just talking. No. God bless. We gotta pop our shit. We gotta pop our shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Indeed.
Listen. Oh, that's just high vibrational hip hop, esoteric hip hop. That's that little shit you do over there. Nobody's really. Everybody, this girl's like she said, I'm not gangbang. I'm not selling drugs. Saturn and Pisces, not selling drugs anymore. What she said? Spirituality. She said, I'm going to God. Listen,
she's talking maturity.
Shabless, sacred grooves, all this high vibrational hip hop. We've been telling y'all. She said that some of the biggest rappers who were promoting division, gang violence, are now promoting peace. We've been telling y'all, we got the oldest DNA in here. I've been telling people, we got the oldest DNA in here. So we're going to get the crown loads first. Why are you going to listen to us last?
True. Listen, the fact is this. I'm so happy to hear the young lady say that, right? It's snapping out of the spell, right? Because Saturn breaks the spell in Pisces. Because music can spellbind you. Music can charm you. Music can, they say, calm the savage beast. It can also excite it at the same time. So think about the past. Let's think about 30 years ago, before the past 30 years, not 30 years ago, but the 30 years of music, starting from the 90s, and how it transcended or transformed itself. It was getting real conscious, then it dipped into the gangsterism, and then the drugs and the ecstasy and all of this kind of stuff, right? And so here we come with the cycle of Saturn coming into Pisces, putting a halt to that. One of the first things that happened was the whole thing with Diddy. As soon as Saturn went into Pisces, Saturn started going after the CEOs.
Come on now.
Saturn rules CEOs. This is, like you said, spiritual retribution. It's going to the head. It's not going to the peons. It's going to the people who are running and controlling the industry, who had authority in the industries of whether it's music, even food and drugs administration. Wasn't there some things going on with CEOs on what's the insurance companies? So the dude that came and shot up, that killed the insurance guy, like all of these things are themes that were triggering to show the collective enough is enough already. Enough is enough.
That's right.
And when it it left in the Aries, some people thought they got away. They thought they got away with the crime. They thought they got away with the murder, right? Or the embezzlement, or what else kind of Pisces, conning and shit, con people and all of that kind of deceiving people, frauds, all of that kind of stuff. Now Saturn is going right back one more again for the final round. Now, the reason why I mentioned Pluto, Pluto's end game, like Pluto is going to annihilate this shit. It's going to really a permanent ending. This the planet that rules time and karma, going into the last sign of the zodiac, right? That rules spirituality, the subconscious mind, even the divine itself, right?
Yeah.
Also in the last decan, which rules final endings, annihilation, in order for things to be rebirthed again. So the old structure, we're witnessing that, and even in politics, the old structure must collapse.
I came with more receipts.
Get the receipts out, though.
Okay, we said that Saturn is the CEO.
Yeah.
Pisces is where things vanish and disappear. Okay, more receipts, y'all. Let's go.
All right, what you got?
Dead, June 9th, 2025. Founder of Rapino Foods, dead, June 19th, 2025. CEO, billionaire for 2025. Frederick Smith, former CEO of FedEx, dead, June 21st, 2025. Billionaire Burton Tansky, dead, March 16th, 2025. Billionaire Robert Shapiro, dead, May 2nd, 2025. Former CEO of Hasbro, Alan Hassenfield, dead, July 8th, 2025. Blackstone executive, Wesley LePatner, 43 years old, dead, July 2025. Junior Bridgman, billionaire, dead, March 11th, 2025. Joshua Pickles, DoorDash executive, dead, June 21st, 2025. Milestone CEO, dead, June 2025. Jim Irsay, dead, May 21st, 2025. He was the CEO and owner of the Indianapolis Colts. You think all of these are a coincidence? All of them?
Okay. Now, there's speculation that they're disappearing, Pisces, CEO Saturn, disappearing Pisces, because they're going underground. Because
they're hiding.
They're hiding because they know what's coming, whatever that is. That's a whole nother conversation, I know. Because a lot of things are coming. You know what I mean? A lot of things
it is here.
That was a perfect example of CEOs, like you said, Saturn, disappearing. Pisces. That's too many. She listed like 20 people.
Right. All in the year 2025. The year of the 9, which rules endings.
Endings. When Saturn was in Pisces. Endings. So it wasn't just Diddy. Diddy wasn't the only CEO.
No, he wanted to be a TV star so bad. He sure was one.
You got to be careful.
But the shit you want, what you buy for? Yeah.
It can come into fruition. Just not like, oh, I want to be famous forever. You got it. You got it.
Yeah, notorious.
Exactly.
Right. You know absolutely.
Can't stop, won't stop. Take that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let me ask you this. How do you think, I don't know if you tapped into this, how do you think this will affect weather patterns?
Well, the song that just came in my head was SWV, Rain on Me. It rained down on me. Because Jupiter is in Cancer, the other water sign. So we're not Saturn and Pisces now. So the sister sign, we got that's a lot of
flooding.
Water. A lot of water.
Flooding.
A lot of floods. But you know what? Water can be purging. and cleansing. And I know people have their opinions about the ocean. I literally put up a post today of me in the.
I saw that. It was bluish. Like
it was dark outside. I'm like, damn, like it was like night, sort of like between dusk. It was not fully night, but like I was like, you know, but hey, I got a gram water trine in my chart, all 3 water signs. So I'm very reverent when I go to the ocean. I'm very grateful. I give my, you know, people talk about, oh, the ocean. Like I hear so many things about don't go in the ocean right now. Like there was a report that said stay out of the ocean because they measured just waste. The amount of waste went over, I guess, the recommended amount. They exceeded the amount. And I was like, well, I was in the ocean this last week and I said these sea salt minerals are going to be good for my bones.
Right. I don't think man can do enough harm to the water as much as he thinks he can, because the water constantly is that salt. It's constantly changing, cleansing the water. Think about when they had the oil leak what was that big oil leak in the Gulf years ago?
That spill.
Oh, that spill. It was just billions of barrels of oil, you know, volumes of oil. You don't hear about none of that no more, right?
Yeah.
That Gulf water, that salt water already purged and cleansed and filtered that out. When I think of Saturn going into Pisces, I think of floods. I think of sudden flash. Well, that would be Uranus with flash floods. I think we need to be mindful of what they find at the bottom of the sea. What starts emerging from the bottom, coming up to the top. Certain floods, coastal areas may find themselves having some significant changes. Especially if it is. So let me ask you, how many houses away is Pisces from Gemini? Because
Pisces is the 10th house of Gemini. So Gemini, you know, looks up to Pisces. Like Pisces is the midheaven, the 10th.
Okay, so it's square. Is it?
It's
a square. That's right, because they're mutable. That's what I was getting at. Well, even though it's, I was looking at the connection with Uranus and Saturn, but that's not. I don't know if they're kind of, that's a huge.
Well, here's the thing. Uranus is going to retrograde as well, and it's going to go back into Taurus. It's not finished there. So then you're going to have Uranus in Taurus while Saturn's in Pisces. So there will be that sextile will be active. Like Uranus is going to be like 29, Taurus, Saturn's going to be like 29, 28, Pisces. Yeah. So you're talking about now you're talking about flash flooding.
Right. Yeah, I'm seeing that. You know, I can see that's happening when those two planets make an aspect to one another.
Mudslides with water.
And I would be mindful, like those of you get an ephemeris, look at the calendar dates for that. And if you're by the coast or anything that has flash flooding, just be mindful of those areas, because things can play out on all levels. It just doesn't mean it plays out through us. It'll play out through the planet itself, through nature. Okay. And these how like some of our ancestors would predict weather changes and things like that, things of that nature, because they will watch the movement of the stars. And when they start to make aspects through past experiences, they knew last time these two got together, we had some issues around here. The Nile overflooded, or whatever the case may be. Volcanoes erupted. That's another thing. Volcanoes erupted because lava is a form of liquid that comes from beneath the earth. So these are the things that may be triggered as well during these times. Because remember that Pluto Deacon is like the finale of it all. Something has to happen in order for change to come, to wake humanity up out of the slumber that they have been in.
Right.
Okay. Now I'm not a doom and gloomer, but I know that humanity itself, I don't think is going to do it on its own. The earth is going to help you along. The earth is going to help you make the decision along, because we take the earth for granted, right? We think it's, we really think we got earth in check, not realizing that when the earth decides, when she's ready to make a move, however she wants to make it, to level things out, it's going to happen. And so the best way is to really stay alert with earth changes, water changes, flood changes, because this is all karma too, right? This is all karmic energy as well too. The earth is shedding its karma as well. So we have to really look at these things and calculate these things and find out, just take inventory of where we are. Because when I mean by the earth is karma too, it's reflecting our energy, right? If humanity is acting all heavy and taking advantage and, throwing trash everywhere, just literally, how we do, we treat earth. We take earth for granted, not realizing that it's the earth itself that sustained us. So after a while, I think the earth is going to remind us who really running shit around here.
Definitely already happening. Because as the earth is raising its vibration, it doesn't have a tolerance anymore for anyone or anything that is abusive to it, that is not in alignment vibrationally. That's what's going on. I mean, the Schumann resonance, has been through the roof. So we're really in a time where, humanity, it has always been in humanity's best interest to be aligned vibrationally with earth and not to be oppositional to earth. But more so now than ever, because of this shift that's happening, because of the transformation. This is a transformation of humanity. Pluto is transformation in Aquarius, which is humanity, right? And not to go off into Pluto and Aquarius, since this show is about Saturn and Pisces, but Pluto and Aquarius is groups, right? Aquarius is collective. Aquarius is, societies or whatever. Yeah. And Pluto is death. People are renouncing their affiliation with groups. Are you aware about that? Listen. I came with receipts. Yes, a lot of, like young lady was saying earlier, a lot of gang members are publicly renouncing their affiliation. This is all in the last week. Even with the young thug situation, chat, don't leave me hanging. The young thug situation where his calls in jail have been leaked, and a lot of, I'm telling you, what was being defined as modern day popular hip hop music and culture, it is literally crumbling like a wrecking ball that's hitting a skyscraper. I'm not making this up. Y'all got to be seeing this, right? And the reason why is because Saturn coming back into Pisces and Pluto, which is death and destruction, right? It's rebirth, but things have to die first in order for things to be reborn. So you gotta crawl before you walk.
Right,
so
we gotta end the cycle. Right.
Yes. Aquarius is humanity. Aquarius is the group. Don't think that things are not being destroyed. I'm gonna pull a receipt right now. There's more than one I could find. There's more than one I could find, but this was a big one today of a very respected, I guess, well-known, well-affiliated gang member publicly renouncing his affiliation with the gang. Let's go.
In life, you gotta take the lead in order for people to understand you're a leader. Like, you can't just call yourself a leader. So, with that being said, my brother Hocus just did something big on the internet. And I stand by that shit. I jumped up in this shit. Niggas did something to my uncle. I ain't even ever had the mind to be Crip, you heard? I was always a nigga that I beat up a Crip nigga. I beat up a Blood nigga. I fight a Patria nigga. I fight the Lion Kings. nigga, I always been ready, you heard? Ask niggas on my block, I ain't never need a gang to make me tough. That always been me. Something happened personally to my uncle. He made a rash decision. I followed them because I knew them niggas he was involving himself with. And years went by, my uncle is still alive. And he got his own crib now. I got my own crib now. So I feel like anybody else in that shit never even meant nothing to me for me to even be neighborhood, you heard? And it's niggas that I call my family, like, that know that I'm not speaking about them. But, like, for the majority, y'all never even been one of mine, bro, ever in life. No level that I entered has any of you niggas ever been with me, but the niggas I love. So, for the people that I love, I'm going to be a man and a father going forward, not a crip. Because none of this gangbanging shit in New York City makes sense anyway. Whether you cribbing, whatever you are, with some low shit, it's segregational, separational, and everybody block think they bigger than the program. That niggas is not even with no card for real. And I don't even want to get into that. So at the end of the day, I'm not neighborhood no more. I'm not crip no more. And none of you niggas can lock me out either. Holla.
Well, there you have it.
Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Everybody, welcome to they know
yeah, it's a brand new world. It's a new state. Ashe.
Pluto.
That's maturity.
That's
spiritual maturity right there. Ashe.
And he wasn't the only one.
Dang.
He said he said he followed in the steps of another very reputable person who was associated and affiliated with gangs. So I say all of that to say, Sha, that there's live evidence of what is happening astrologically on the world stage. This is we've been saying, like, you know, welcome to Age of Aquarius, welcome to the A. You know, everybody can't go and they can't stay. Like, listen, this is evidence. Young people, these are Gen Zers. These are Gen Zers that are saying no more. Pluto, death, Aquarius groups, no more affiliation with the group. Saturn, consequences. Pisces, the spiritual commitments they're making. She said, I'm going to God. Like, these are people that have not had Saturn returns. These are Gen Xers. What do you think? Listen.
Gen Zs or X? Gen Zs, you mean?
Gen Zers. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was the thing about my affiliation. Gen Zers, people who haven't even had Saturn returns, meaning that Saturn has not gone back to the place it was where it was when they were born, meaning they have not crossed 28, 29 years old. Listen, we've been telling you, it wasn't just our little stuff that we were on, like, you talking your stuff. Oh, that's something you listen. A lot of artists, I said it, high vibrational hip hop music. Many artists are going to have their way that they express it. It's not one way that it's going to come into fruition. But a lot of artists now, they got to regroup. What you used to write about, what you used to put on the beat, what you used to record when you went into the studio, they're not doing that no more, because when you change your mindset and you change the paradigm, you have to change the art. So now they don't even know that. So who was going to provide them the template? Who was going to give them the foundation, the direction? Artists like me, artists like Sha, we did it. We've been in the studio. We know what it is to create high vibrational music that is designed to uplift, not to destroy. So now these other artists, they're going to have to learn. They're going to have to adjust if they want to continue making music. Why? Because Saturn and Pisces says so. Saturn said, and Pisces said you have to be responsible with your music. So now these people, they might not even know how to do it. They might not even know, like, go in the studio. What do I do? How do I write a song? I don't know. If I'm not killing people in the song, I don't know how to write the song. Like, everybody.
They don't need to be in the damn studio. That's what they do. They weren't supposed to be in the booth in the first place. If you
There
don't
you
know
go.
how to
It's
write
time
a
to check
song
it out.
without killing people, without degrading yourself, without pumping drugs, you do not need to be in
Yes.
the realm of creating music. Because yes, even though now there's duality to everything, right? And there's always going to be that form of it, but mainstream will now turn its ear over to something that serves the collective as a whole and raises and uplifts. Okay. And with this transit that's going on right now, we're seeing them being called to the carpet.
That's right.
Right? All of these beings, these artists, the ones that are cheating and robbing and stealing and fudging numbers and things of that. They Saturn is like, the jig is up, baby. This is the end of this. We're not doing it like this anymore. If you continue, you're going to suffer consequences and you're going to be locked out of the industry. Right? Your name will be tarnished so bad, there won't be space for you left in this industry. We're cleaning out the cesspool and we're making room for something that's more sustainable. So all this to say, the thing with Saturn, I had to learn how to deal with Saturn in a way that I had to change the boogeyman effect of it. Like everyone's afraid of Saturn. And when I say that, what they're really afraid of is taking accountability for their own shit. Right? Mm-hmm. There's no one else to blame when Saturn comes around. But you have to look at what you were doing, right? And so when Saturn is now transiting the sign of Pisces, it's also what you have been doing in the dark, which might be brought to light. The things that you thought you got away with, because that fish is slippery, it's slick. You ever try to catch a fish with your hands? That shit gonna slide all over the place.
They move in schools. That's why there's schools of fish, meaning that they go in whatever direction the current moves, right? That's Pisces. That's Pisces.
With the flow out here. Yes.
But Saturn is not like that.
Saturn doesn't know what to do with flow. Saturn needs structure, in order, and discipline. So now we talked about, check this out. So we talked about what that meant with music. We talked about what that meant with art. Now let's talk about what this could mean with religion or spirituality, right? When Saturn comes and tests these waters of belief systems, because that's kind of what Pisces, the mantra is, I believe, right? Yes, not necessarily what you know, right?
That's Aquarius, yeah.
Right? So what do you think Saturn is testing with belief systems?
Well, Saturn also rules government. Like, people think of government, right? And mental, like ruling of the mind. There's the origins of the word, like the etymology, government. So if Pisces is where things disappear, where things vanish, and we're talking about Saturn ruling government, ruling over my mind, right? So what does that mean? That is where those who rule your mind may disappear. Now what? You gotta be the Aries is right?
Yeah.
Saturn
you by yourself.
That's you being the boss. That's you being the boss. But you can't be the boss, Saturn and Aries, until you lose those particular entities or individuals that rule over your mind. Wow. You can't be the boss, Aries, until you get rid of government.
Ooh.
You feel what I mean?
Government. They said it was a separation of church and state, where they kind of work hand in hand. When you look at this church and state, separation of church, yeah, they kind of work hand in hand. So basically what you're saying is, since these belief systems, they pretty much dominated the way you think, right? They dominated how you the things that you perceive. Vision, Pisces, right? They dominated the lens you look through because you had to measure it by these systems. Saturn rules systems as well, right? So all of these things were governed. Now here comes this big heavyweight Lord of the Rings in the Cadillac backing up, right? He's backing up to the driveway of the church. And it's looking at the pastors. It's looking at the priests.
Ooh. Time for me to go pull up some more. Time for me to pull up some more receipts.
She pulled up.
Now, this is kind of controversial because I know a lot of people
that works here.
we like that.
We like that here.
See, we're also talking about fake spiritual leaders, fake religious leaders, because we said Pisces is where things can be inauthentic, right? And Saturn is leaders. There are a lot of leaders who are under fire. Don't shoot the Virgo rising messenger, okay? Like, don't. But
hey, it is what it is.
Don't get mad. I understand people have different loyalties to different individuals. I get it, but there are a lot of spiritual leaders, religious leaders who've been under fire for a while now because of the question of the legitimacy. See, Saturn is like, if it's not legitimate, I'm not fucking with it. That's Saturn.
Pretty much.
And Pisces is like, it could be legit. It might not be. Some days it is. Some days it's not. Pisces,
the lines are blurred. The lines are blurred.
The lines are blurred. We're not really sure here. I don't know. So Saturn is going back into Pisces like, excuse me, we don't do blurry shit. I need some definitive answer.
Like, hold on. We need to see what's going on there. Right. Let's get the specs. We got to put the specs on so we can see clearly. I'm going to bring the truth to we have to bring it to the surface for you to see exactly what it is that we're dealing with, we're working with. Now, if the pastor and the priest is preaching a sermon, but in the back room, they doing some backdoor stuff, they cheating the books, they stealing from the church, they doing scandalous, unscrupulous things with church members, choir members, altar members, you know the rest.
People in the street.
In the street, picking up this one, talking about, we're just trying to give them a lift and help them out. With your pants unbuckled and all kind of stuff going on. You know how I go. So the secrets that you've been hiding, the mask that you may have been wearing under the guise of religion and spirituality, the gurus, the fake ass gurus out here. That has to be torn down. Right. That has to be revealed. You're going to have to see. Everything is going to be revealed. So I showed you a clip earlier. I gave you a picture today that I saw. I was sitting here. I just turned on YouTube. So the whole thing about the Epstein list, right? You know, they're trying to sweep that under the rug. But there's now a group of women who's quote unquote were victims of this Epstein escapade thing that was going on. They've gotten together and they said, we're going to expose our own list. And they've gotten a group of lawyers and they are naming names.
That's the picture.
Times. Yeah, you got to put it up there one more time. Let me show you the thing. Let me take this off right quick.
Yeah. That's the picture of I guess the women who are demanding that the files be made public. Oh, yeah. Guys, see it? These women are demanding that the Epstein files be publicized. I guess Shaw went to go get the video, but
no, actually, what was going? I'm glad that you showed that. What was with the whole premise of them was about if the government does not start to be transparent about the secret, the files they're hiding, that these are the victims of the girls that were on that island, had interactions with Epstein and others. They're going to compile their own list and make it public of the interactions
that's some Saturn, Uranus, Pluto. That's a lot. That's all of them fucking around. God damn.
Yeah. So it's happening anyway, right?
You know what's crazy is that Epstein list, that controversy about exposing that list predates the Trump administration. That list was a topic of discussion when Biden and Harris were in office. So here's what really people have to consider about the exposure of this list, which I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent because my name ain't on the motherfucking list. So I don't give a fuck. But a lot of people have to realize your heroes, the people you look up to, the people who you are betrothed to on an emotional
idolized.
You are tethered to these individuals. And you're talking about, I want to see this list. Kind of quiet about it under the Biden administration, loud about it with the Trump administration. It's the same fucking list. I don't understand, what was, why are you quiet then loud now? It doesn't matter. But the point is, the people on this list are people that many individuals idolize, okay? These are people you have some sort of emotional tethering to. So we're talking about the crumbling, the dismantling of reality, right? Saturn, reality, Pisces, where things dissipate. People really, honestly, there are people who might self-delete.
Damn.
No, seriously, there are
not self-delete out here.
That's the internet way of saying, so you don't get
I hear you.
But they make I've often hear people talk about that once certain things are revealed or there's full disclosure about a lot of these, possible, I don't know, extraterrestrial life or whatever, that a good portion of the population will self-delete. And I believe that over a list, over other life forms that may exist in the cosmos besides Earthlings, a lot of things. There's so much that's being revealed right now. And when you said about religious leaders, when you said, the religious leaders have to be called to the carpet, no pun intended, called to the carpet. Here's the thing. A lot of theologians, a lot of religious leaders, what they were taught in theology school is not necessarily what they represent to the congregation. So we talk about Saturn saying, we're dealing with mythology, right? Pisces, Jesus is represented by the fish. Jesus is represented by the fish, Pisces. In astrology, that's a whole other thing about Saturn being real and Pisces being unreal, where we have theology actually
Pisces is
out
the
of
fish.
astrology.
Pisces is the fish and Saturn is the net.
That's right. We talking about 12 apostles, 12 houses of the zodiac. We talking about astrotheology, how religion was adapted and adjusted to remove the esoteric knowledge of astrology. So Saturn coming back there, I think it's deeper than this preacher, this reverend or whatever, you know, this religious church leader is being called because he was picking up prostitutes. It's that too, but it's also, you know what you're telling these people and you know what you're leaving out.
But that should be going to, so, okay, I agree. But if that's the case, they're peons to what Saturn really should be going after, right? Because Saturn goes to the one at the top. Now, the guys that are in the churches, the pastors, they're being taught. Who teaches them the curriculum? Where did this come from? This, you know what I think? We're going to begin to see the collapse of the big boy church.
That's right.
The one that put this whole thing out there, the starting of this religion. We might want to keep a close eye on Rome.
It's over.
Close eye on these cathedrals.
It's over.
A close eye on the doctrines. Didn't they do something about the doctrine of discovery a couple of months ago where the Pope apologized for the shit? Like this, they're trying to, how can I say, when you're trying to, it's not retribution, repentance. They're trying to get a form of repentance. But the damn laundry list is a Dead Sea Scroll long. You unleash it, the shit roll down the block. It's going to take lifetimes of repentance for them. So I think this is going to be a huge rug pull. Something huge is going to be exposed in regards to the Roman Catholic Church. I'm going to just put it out there because they hold a lot of the secrets in the catacombs underneath the Vatican, right? There's a lot of doctrines, a lot of things that they've taken, a lot of things that they stole, the artifacts that they've taken, and not just them, even the whole Western world. Now, remember during COVID that many of the Western world were returning artifacts and body remains back to the native lands. I think they had, is it Lubumba's remains? They was returning their remains back to the native lands, right? Mm-hmm. And that signified a shift, because when you hold rituals, this ties into rituals in secret societies, Pisces, right? Secret societies and the rituals that they do with remains and things that they gather. All of this is being exposed. So when they started returning those remains, it started the beginning of the fall of the Western world, when people were toppling over these monuments. Right? They was losing their mind about this shit. This was the beginning of the toppling of the Western world. So now I think with this final, because the Western world's premise was built upon religion. Of everything followed that. The Crusades, again, all this stuff, it all was under the flag and the guise of westernized religion. Which was, many can say, was plagiarized from other religions. So the root of these things will now be exposed, I believe. Many of us already know this shit, but the common person may never heard of what are you talking about? Isis, Haru, and Osiris story. What do you mean that they, what do you mean about that? It's the same story as Mary, Jesus, and Joseph, right? These are the themes that may now become mainstream.
That's right.
And begin to see that a lot of these religions are somewhat plagiarized or copycats from something that predates them.
That's right.
Which will begin another rug pull, because it has to start from the top, or from, in this case, the root or the bottom of the sea of where it all began. Go ahead.
Well, I know these keywords, like we said, we started about 10, 15, they just keep coming. Pisces rules apologies. It rules being sorry. It rules apologies.
I'm sorry.
And Saturn, as we said, is things that are what? Mandatory. Saturn in Pisces is a forced apology. Now, what you said was that it is. it's a forced apology. It's like you
My
know when your
father
parents
told me to come over here and tell you I'm sorry.
Right. It's an apology you really don't have any choice in rendering. Now, you said something about the Roman Catholic Church released an apology. I do remember that some time ago. They for the papal bulls. Bulls, which as you guys know, in the chat, I'm sure, or if you don't, but if you're a Methodist, Protestant, any Baptist, or you have family members, it's all rooted in, they all extend from Lutheran, they extend from the Catholic Church. So the papal bulls were actual laws that the Pope put into effect that gave the conquistadors, right, the conquerors, that gave them permission to go out and kill as many natives as you find. It were laws. Listen now, there were laws in the church, meaning the Pope said this is legal for you to go kill them. And guess what? It wasn't that long ago that they just said, oh, my bad, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to do. They just recently
within the transit of Saturn and Pisces.
They just recently, it was still in effect. And these are things that are not done by, oh, it was oversight, we forgot. No, they did not get rid of them because they did not want to get rid of them.
Right.
Because this is what you have to understand, right? Ooh, I'm telling on myself today. Dang.
Tell it.
I'm telling myself.
Say it.
Gotcha. What is it? Real revolutionary. Gotcha. But no, the thing is, the apologies, right? Whether I don't honestly believe that the apologies come from a sincere place. I feel like it's really just because sometimes Saturn's coming for that karma's, you feel it. You feel it like on the back of your neck, you're like, okay,
You're trying to beat it to the punch.
Trying to just lessen it, trying to, minimize, the pending.
We said we were sorry. We put it on certain TV, satellite. Everybody saw it.
That's right.
Fake ass apology. Sorry don't cut it. Goddamn.
It's so actually, there's so many apologies going around based on apologies, Pisces, based on falsehood, Pisces. The Cherokee Nation just rendered apology. Did you hear about that? Did you see that?
I did. Yes, hold up. After all, this shit is like forced apologies, right? Because you know what? I'm gonna rewind that back. Because when everyone was coming out, we indigenous, right? They was having a hissy fit about it.
Child.
And then hold up now. This is where this apology came from. People forget. Then they wanted to take certain people to court about it.
Got bold with it.
They wanted to take to court. They said, "Oh, we was waiting for our date in court. Please take us to court,
please,
so we can really bring forth and release the evidence that was buried and hidden."
Please.
And after that, all of a sudden, what happened to the court? Now the court date done turned into an apology to lessen the blow. This shit is really, I'm glad you brought that up because these are the things that's resurfacing and being revealed. So as we watch this go all the way up until November and then go forward, when it goes forward, that's when we really gonna see some reckoning, I think. Because it's retro right now. So it's going back and it's giving you a chance to right your wrong, right? As it goes retrograde, it's giving you a chance to right your wrong and free yourself of this karma and make right what you've done wrong. But if you think you too good or you too high and you too mighty to correct your actions, then the force will come when it goes direct. When Saturn goes direct, especially when it's stationed direct.
I wish I could find a receipt. I must have. I thought I saved it just like I saved the other ones, but I guess I I may not, but the sister said, she said, oh, the Cherokee Nation apologizing to so-called Black people wasn't on my bingo card for 2025. So you know what? From everything, like you're saying, from the unexpected apologies from people who usurped our rightful identity, and therefore hid the fact that, you know, we have an entitlement to a land to which we have a blood connection to this land, and that coming to the surface, and people renouncing, you know, their affiliation with gangs and saying they're turning their lives around and they're strengthening their relationship with God. This is all stuff that, you know, 2, 3, 5, maybe 10 years ago, you told people it's coming, they'd have been like, yeah, okay. But it's really, we're really here. This Saturn retrograde is a major, because Saturn could have been done with Pisces. It could have kept going in Aries. It was like, nah, I still got some work.
Never done.
Not done yet.
Never done. It's never done. Well, you know, so Saturn, this is the thing. This is why Saturn takes about 2.5 years to go through a sign, because it goes retrograde at least 3 times. And the reason why it does that is because it has to go over each decan. So each decan, the first half or the first 10 degrees of Pisces, it goes over once, then it goes retrograde, then it goes over again. So the first time it goes over your points, the degree points, is showing you the things that you need to fix.
That's
and
right.
It does it in a way where it's kind of abrupt. It's kind of like it shakes you up a little bit. Then it goes retrograde to give you, okay, I'm going to show you again what this is that you need to take care of. And by the time that third pass comes and you feel that energy, you should already know you have all the answers to the test to pass this time. All right. It's not a pop quiz. It's not coming out of nowhere. It's testing you on the same thing that it went over. This is the third time. All right. And then it goes and does it again for the second decan. And now here we are at the last decan, or the last 10 degrees of the sign of Pisces, which is Pluto. And it's like, look, this is it. This is the finale. You either going to get it right, or you're going to get stuck, or you're going to be left behind. And is that mentally? Is that spiritually? Is that karmically? Because as I go retrograde, when I first went through, before I went into Aries, I was showing you the shit that I'm going to come back and check you on. And so this is if we rewind the clock back to when it was going over from 20 degrees Pisces until where it is now, we should start to see these are all the things that Saturn is going to come clean up. So this is probably when the apologies were coming, and the Papa, when the Pope was apologizing for this and that and the other. That was the first run through. Now it's going to go back again. Like, you need to pull up some more shit. Like, there's some more things you need to apologize for, or you need to make right. Or apologies is not enough. Right?
Yes.
There's some new contracts here that things need to be rewritten. Things need to be redone. That's really going to be, that's going to have more, it's going to be more stabilizing. It needs to be more differently structured. It has to be fair. It has to be in a way that's going to serve or utilize people in a better way than what you have been doing. And so now when it's going retrograde again past these points, everyone, this is what I wanted to put out there. Everyone, if you know astrology, you know your chart. If you have any planet between 20 and 29 degrees, you're going to feel this transit. I don't care where it is in the chart, what sign it is. If you have any planet between 20 and 29 degrees, you are going to feel the challenge of Saturn. Saturn may be supportive. Saturn may bring a level of intensity, or maybe a combination of both. So pull out your charts and start seeing what degree you have planets at between 20 and 29 degrees, what sign they're in, and what planet that is. And then this is how you're going to see how this is going to play out for you, because we're calling out all of these things, what it means in Pisces. Now, the things that we're calling out, people who are Pisces, let's say that were born between March 10th and 20th or something like that, around those 10 days, you're going to be feeling this shit. You're going to feel exposed. You're going to feel like we're talking about you. Like, how the hell they know? You're going to feel like you're you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You're going to be feeling this energy like, damn, you're going to feel a little naked out here. Well, that means that if you're feeling that way, maybe there's some things that you need to release. There's some things that you need to correct. Let's go over some of the planetary energies that may be affected by this and how they can transpire. All right. And after that, I think I want to take a few calls or a few questions from the chat and how, you know, if you're open to that, if you want to answer a couple of questions, because that's important too. We're talking about this theme of Saturn, but when Saturn hits other planets, it's gonna express itself in a totally different way. So everyone is gonna have a different experience on how this is manifested for them.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah.
So I was gonna look up something right here. So I wanted to shout out my Patreon members, people on my Patreon page. If you're in the chat, put a P in the chat. Put a P in the chat. If you are, I'm gonna drop a link for my VIP members and the Patreon channel where you can click on that link, and we're gonna bring you on one at a time, and we can answer at least one question that you have in regards to where this Saturn will be for you. So I'm going to save that for the end. Put a P in the chat and let me know how many of you were in here. That's on my Patreon channel. My VIP Patreon peeps, put a P in the chat. Okay, I see. Namai, I know Namai, you in the building. Janet Dansby, shout out to Danet in the house. Kevis, shout out. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Awesome. Check this out. We're going to take questions from you guys first. If you have a question, let's take it from you guys first. Since you are on my VIP list, shout out to everybody who would join me on the Patreon channel. If you haven't, check me out backstage. This is where I put the full length videos on the States Decoded series that we're doing and other things that I don't put up in the front. You know, everybody can't have everything. Some things you need to gatekeep. Some things you need to gatekeep, because you let out information to just anybody, guess what's going to happen?
That's
they're
right.
either going to use it against you, or they're going to, you know, look at us now. Look at us now. This is what happened to us. I'm learning from my ancestors' mistakes. Don't be giving away everything to everybody. All right, everything for everybody. All right, so we're going to do it like that, because I was going to put a link in the chat in the Patreon channel. And if you wanted to come on, let me see if I can do something. I'm going to try to do something right here. Let's see who was on here. Let me see if I can find you again. Let's see who was. I'll see Namaya. Namaya, do you have a question? If you do, I am going to. Oh man, I wish I could send you a private link. I can't do that. But if you have a question, Namaya, put it in the chat in regards to that. If you know your birthday, if you want us to pull up your chart, we can actually customize that. Or if you want to come on, because I think I could send the link to you, and you could come on and ask your questions.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead to the Patreon channel, and I'm going to drop the link in there for my VIPs so you can see the link. And then let me drop this post right quick. And then if you see that link, then you go ahead and click on it, and then you'll automatically be put backstage. So let's see.
Dope.
All right, let me do this right here. All right, so we're going to publish this. Make sure it's for, we're going to put this for my VIP backstage only. Top tier in the building. All right, y'all. So I just went ahead and dropped the link in Patreon. Go ahead on Patreon, click on that link if you want to come on And then we're going to go ahead and tap in and get some information from you if you want to see how is this transit going to affect you. Now, everybody can't get the link. Only those in the VIP section, you'll get it. So I'll see you in the back room once you get on there. I'll start to see you guys pop up. So go ahead to the Patreon channel. You'll see it posted. I just dropped the post with the link. Click on the link and it will bring you right on backstage. All right. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for them, Ty, is there anything else you want to share in regards to the connection of, let's say, someone has Mercury in Pisces at 28, 29 degrees. How would this affect them, this transit?
Okay, if you have Mercury in your natal chart at 29, 28 degrees of Pisces. So Mercury rules communication, okay? Mercury rules ideas. It rules Gemini in the zodiac, and it rules the season we're in right now, Virgo. It rules both Gemini and Virgo. So we're talking about Gemini-related things, which could be what? Ideas, philosophies, conversations, local traveling, or Virgo-related things, which is your job, again, your routines, your habits, where health-related matters, health and wellness, Mercury, right? Now, Saturn coming there. Mature, grown-up Saturn. Mercury for ideas and philosophies. This is Saturn's seriousness. Saturn rules seriousness. Mercury rules conversations. So maybe there's some conversations that haven't taken place, but now they will. Serious conversations. You know, maybe at work. Maybe you was like, damn, these motherfuckers should have been gave me a raise. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, so make Mercury conversation with Saturn, the boss, right? Where you actually start to, these are just possible delineations of how Mercury and Saturn, Mercury in your chart and Saturn in the transits, how that conversation between those two planets can take place. Also, Mercury rules siblings, right? Saturn rules, we said the father or the elders, right? Maybe this is where there's some sort of dynamic between your siblings and the elders in your family, right? Or could be, you know, I gotta just put on Saturn's elders, Mercury, Pisces is where things disappear. Maybe, who knows, the elders in your family, you know, maybe their role as elders is disappearing for whatever reason, maybe due to age, or they're just, you know, transferring their authority over. You know, again, Saturn is authority. Pisces is where things disappear. So your boss at work might be disappearing. Maybe you don't need a boss. Maybe, you know, like the boss disappears, like the loss of the boss. Saturn and Pisces, loss of the boss, right? So Mercury is also, you know, like, again, short distance travel, right? And Mercury rules the hands, right? Saturn rules bones. So, you know, this could, and Pisces is illness. Maybe to some sort of carpal tunnel. You know, if you work with your hands a lot, you know, and Pisces rules the feet. Pisces rules the feet.
That's right. That's right.
Rules the hands. Saturn rules the bones. So we might be dealing with dynamics that affect the hands or the feet. Also, symbolically, feet represent motion, right? And Saturn represents where things stay put, right? So we're talking about you're not really moving around a lot. Like, maybe things are stable. You know what I'm saying? Things need to get stabilized. And Mercury's short distance travel. So it's possible that, you know, you're not really moving around as much because Saturn is like, no, you're not going anywhere right now. Things have to be settled right here. Things have to be addressed right here. So those are just some possible ways. You know, Mercury and Pisces. Let me say this: you have a very vivid imagination. Sometimes, you know, a little bit far out there. You can you can kind of come up with some things that might be the furthest from the truth. So Saturn coming to meet your Mercury says, "Hey, wait a minute.
Stop lying.
You need to reel this shit back in."
Stop being a damn liar out here. Start telling the truth. Stop faking the front. Stop making yourself out to be something that you really not.
Yep, that's Saturn coming for your Mercury in Pisces. And guess what? This night, like you said earlier, Shah, these aren't new issues. Saturn is revisiting these degrees because there's bringing up things that already were introduced to you. You already got confronted about some of the falsehood. Somebody stepped to you. So Saturn's back there now, like, we're wrapping this up. You know what I mean? And if not, then the consequence.
Over.
Game over, right? So yeah, that's what I would say. Exactly, you know,
yeah, I would say watch what you say, watch your words, watch your thoughts. Be careful of what you let into your mind. Focus. Right?
Yep.
Time to get, this is when you really want to focus on what matters and what don't. Poetry. This is a great time to write out some things. Write out your goals, write out your plans, writing is therapy. You know, sometimes we may struggle with what we want to say because Saturn and Mercury also can rule censorship.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
It's also a very much person who has a very mature mind. Usually people who have like Mercury, Saturn aspects in their chart, they you know, like when some people are young, they're like, oh, you seem like an old self. Like people who have Mercury, Saturn, they have like grown up kind of like mentality, sometimes very mature in thinking and focused. I have Saturn in Gemini, which is kind of a similar dynamic. Like you have, like what you just said, you have to be very responsible with your words when Saturn is aspecting your Mercury. You can't just be talking crazy
words. So we do have some guests in the back. I'm going to bring up Kiva right quick. Welcome to the stage, Kiva. How you doing, sweetie? What's going on? Welcome to the podcast. So you know the topic, you know the theme, you know what's going on. So you want us to tap in and find out what this transit means for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, because so many things are happening to me.
Like what? What's going on?
I mean, it's like, you know, when I say like certain incantations, I got marked. It's like, yeah, it's like it was really crazy. It's like I was, you know, really into it and saying, you know, I am Ra, Ra is me, you know, and I'm trying to really, you know, connect.
Hold on, pause. You said you were what? You were what? Repeat
Ra.
that. Oh,
Ra.
okay.
Ra.
Okay.
You know, so I went through that, you know, whole incantation. And then like an hour later, I see a bruise on my finger. I see 3 bruises. I see a circle, like on the top of my index finger, and then like a line, and then I saw like a thicker line, and like, you know, this part right here, no pain, no nothing. I'm like trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and like right after that, it was gone, and it was very strange. I don't know.
Which finger?
This finger right here, my
pointer finger. That's an air. So certain fingers mean certain things. They represent the elements. I think the pointer represents air. What made you associate yourself with Ra?
Well, I'm a mystic, and Vicki Dillard's Mystery School.
Okay.
And this was instructions by her, you know, so it's like, I don't want to say the whole one because she told us, you know, in secrecy, this is what we were supposed to be doing. And so I did that. And, I mean, ever since then, I'm feeling different, almost like there's a surge of energy just buzzing. It's very light, but it's like it's buzzing,
Let's look at your chart, honey, before you go on. We're going to have to see what you're working with because let me look at your chart before I say what's on my mind.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm a little scared.
So, do you mind if we get your birth information and share it on the screen?
Oh, sure. But let me get my birth certificate so I can know what's
okay.
Let me see if I can. Okay. What do you need to know?
So, just your birth date, the time you were born, and the city and state.
My birthday is March 16th.
Ah, she's a Pisces. Girl,
I'm a Pisces.
Saturn is coming back.
Hold up, on the like 21st, 22nd degree though. Between the 22nd and 23rd degree. What year?
I was born in transit. So
what year were you born?
What year?
Yes, ma'am.
1971.
You know that chart.
I'm gonna let you have this one, Ty. Okay, and you were born.
You know that chart pretty well. Here,
Right.
First of all,
hold on. Let me get everything. Let me have your birth time again.
12:35 a.m.
12:35. Oh, damn! My battery done came out my mouth. Okay, 12. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what happened when you break the back of the mouse thing and the battery overflows? Right. All right, you said 12:35 a.m.
We're about to have a lunar eclipse on your, like, very close to your sun.
The city and state you were born.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee. All right, so you still up? Are you still in Wisconsin? Never mind. We don't get all that business like that. All right, so I'm gonna bring up her chart.
All right.
Let me see if I can share it on the screen. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see if I can share your chart on the screen.
Let me
and we finna see what we can see up in here.
We go. It's no turning back now, sis. No, I'm just kidding. No. You
ass. No, I'm just joking.
You're the pig.
Let's see. Here we go.
Oh wow.
So this is what we're working. Let me make my thing big enough because I can't see a damn thing. All right, so let me see if I can make this a little bit more so you can see the whole thing. Can you see the whole chart?
I can see the whole chart.
Ty, can you tell me how you good?
I can see it. Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead, Ty. I'm gonna let you go ahead. Oh, let's get the transit up. Hold on. Let me put up the transit in here so we can see where these planets are and see how they are. Let's see how. Oh man, I gotta make them a little smaller. All right, there we go. You should be able to see right now. Man, you can't see what's in Pisces. Wait a minute. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Can you see it now? Can you see the transits? Okay.
Me or her? Me or I'm sorry, sis.
I can see the whole chart.
You can see the whole chart? All right. I just want to make sure we know that the sun, what else is in Mercury right now? Because we know that the sun, there's things going on in what's this? Let me make this smaller. That's too small. I just want to make this.
Okay, there is a lot more stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
How's this? Tell me when it's good, Ty.
Oh, look, yeah, I got my glasses on, so I'm good.
Okay, so let's go. All right, sis. Woo! Go ahead.
Well, this woman is ruled by Jupiter.
You stuttering.
She's ruled by Jupiter. So here's the thing, right? Okay. You are a Sag rising. So everybody around you, first of all, everybody around you thinks that you're brilliant, and throughout your life, they always felt like you had all the information, that they could come to you. You always had the wise perspective. People kind of saw you as, they see you as smart. They respect your perspective on things and knowledge that you've attained. Is that right? Have you observed that in life?
No, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
All right. That's because you are ruled by Jupiter. Okay.
Okay.
Now, here's the sun. That's just all your life. People told you were a Pisces, and that's because the sun was in Pisces when you were born. So
Right.
your sun is 25 degrees of Pisces. That is where I believe Saturn is going back to that point. That's where the retrograde will end, if I'm not mistaken. Right around, if it's not 25, it'll be 26, close enough. Okay. So we just talked about, it's funny, Sha, your Cancer intuition, you said, what if somebody has Mercury in Pisces? She has Mercury at 4 degrees of Pisces.
Actually, it's Aries.
Oh, let me see. Hold on. Let me enlarge my screen.
Yeah, it's Aries. Her Pisces is that. It looks like it is, but it's actually 4 degrees.
Let me enlarge my screen. Hold on. Okay. All right, I see it now. Yes, you have 4 degrees. Okay, so basically, here's the deal. Nobody and Chiron as well, right? Am I right?
Yeah, they're both in Aries, but she's still going to fully affected this though.
So here's the deal. Here's the deal. I'm sorry about that. I enlarged the screen on my end. So what we're about to have an eclipse in a few days, right? And it's a lunar eclipse. So you being a Pisces sun, and you have Pluto at 28. Follow me on this. Pluto at 28 Virgo. This is Virgo season. You have Pluto at 28 Virgo and the sun at 25 Pisces. You have a sun Pluto opposition. Let me tell you, you've always been a powerful person. You know that, right?
I do.
You've always been a powerful person.
Yeah.
And here's the deal. There more than likely is something in your life, career-wise or job-wise, that is either transforming, or you're like, I'm either gonna, like I said, transform this career, change this job, or I'm coming out of it. That's been going on for like at least the last couple, like 6 months though. You've been contemplating a shift in career, and life has been showing you where you possibly have either outgrown certain, outgrown your career.
Girl, you got it.
No, because I'm like Sha said, I'm very familiar with chart.
She's born the same year as you. That's what it is.
So it's real, like that sun. Listen, that sun Pluto opposition that you have natally, but we're in the season where we're in eclipse season. That's going to aspect that Pluto. It's going to aspect that sun degree. Yeah. This is just all I'm gonna say to you is this, and I'm gonna let Sha jump in because there's other stuff I'm sure Sha wants to talk about for as far as other placements here. When you feel yourself being pulled away,
That's
away,
my problem. Yeah.
From that career, and don't have any guilt, okay? Don't feel any guilt or sorrow about the shift that pulls you away from whatever career related field or whatever, the traditional habits that you've been tethered to in the career sector of your life. Okay. Now let me ask you this. Have you in your career, in your job related, like
Okay. Just so you know, I am a housewife. I used to have a career until I made my children my career. And in the last 6 months, I've decided to get back into the career field. So I've been doing things to try to set myself up so I can become successful. And I know, because I can feel it, you know, I mean, it's like I know what I'm going to do is going to turn to gold. And so that's why I'm just really kind of, you know, really into it, you know.
So here's the deal. So whatever, that's what I'm saying. Whatever you made a career, you are being pulled away from it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I said over the last 6 months, because the nodes are in Pisces, Virgo. Like this is something that people who can relate to these placements is going like, so.
Yeah, but you know what? It's pissing me off because it's like, you know, things just keep doing. It's like both of my cars broke down on the same day. My refrigerator broke down. I have a hot water heater that broke down, and I'm supposed to be, you know, so I'm just like, what the hell is going on?
May I? I'm gonna tell you, can I hop in right quick? A lot of the things that's going on is surrounded by the domestic issues because the planet of Saturn and Neptune is transiting your 4th house of home and family. All right. Now, when you were saying something about your car, well, Saturn just finished not too long ago. It's still in a slight conjunction with your Mercury, even though your Mercury is in Aries. That's fast car, fast drive, and things of that nature. With Saturn and Neptune conjunct, give my mouse right here so you can see. Even though it's still in this house, it's still affecting that, right? You're still seeing that. You said your hot water heater. That's water. That's Neptune. That's Mars in your chart squaring that. So your Mars is squaring you're squaring your Mercury in your chart, but it's also squaring the Saturn-Neptune transit in the 4th house. So this is expressing itself through domesticated issues, the things that you're finding out that's happening in the home and family, right? Now, the case of the nodes in this eclipse that's taking place, if we want to add that in, right here, the moon, it's very interesting now that we're talking to you, the moon is on your north node today. Meaning that it's pointing to your destiny. You need to hear some of these things that women, the moon, or sharing some information about astrology, Aquarius, on your north node, really your soul's purpose and destiny, things that you need to hear. Now, by the time the moon travels over and gets to the 4th house of home and family, this is where the full moon eclipse will happen. And most likely it's going to happen either right on your sun or right a couple of degrees after it, meaning you're going to affect. Yeah. Eclipse means reversals.
It's a little bit before it.
Right? So there's something that's going to be reversed. There's an energy from the home and from the job that will be reversed. You may be looking at something like that happening, a flipsy-flops, something flip topsy-turvy kind of energy. What you think is may flip to be something else, but it's actually a part of the destiny because the North Node is there. The North Node is saying, this is the direction you really need to be taking a look at and moving away from the South Node direction, all right? And things of that nature. So if you are working, maybe working from home, doing something from the home that will make you feel a little bit more comfortable in the zone that you're in, if you're not feeling like working in the workplace anymore. If something that's irritating you, that's because your Mars is being triggered by the Saturn-Neptune transit. Mars wants to go, Saturn's saying chill.
Yes.
Mars wants to go, Saturn's saying chill. Right? And really look over what's going on. Look at what I'm going over in your chart for you to understand what you need to be paying attention to, right? And the sun is also males, husbands, in your home, the males in your home. Mars is also the males or your sons in your home. The son will be like your husband or your father figure, something of that nature. And Saturn as well, authority. right? What is challenging the authority of the home? What is coming to make you look at that? So these things in the full moon that's coming over in there, you know, the moon sheds light. So the thing about the moon and the sun, the moon is going to bring to the surface everything that was hidden or that was in the dark, or things that you didn't see, or things that was unknown to you, right? So what you're going to be, so these things are coming to the surface. So now it's a temperature check for you, right? And this is all spiritual and it's all karmic at the same time. There's something that's on my mind. I really want to say it, but I think I want to wait and talk to you. There's something that you said earlier that kind of did something to me, but I want to ask more questions before I do. I want to talk to you about certain things, but because what I'm looking at, another thing just off topic about what's in your chart with your Jupiter Neptune conjunct in the 12th house, you already have spiritual power, right? You already have a sense of spiritual authority. You need to be very mindful and careful who and what you are channeling. And I'm just
and you know what, Sha? Like you know, earlier she said something like, I know that whatever I do or whatever goals that I set out for myself, I can make them happen. And the reason why you say that is because you have Mars in the sign Mars, which is taking initiative, drive, determination. You have it in the sign where it's exalted in Capricorn. Mars in Capricorn is somebody that's like, yo, I got the idea and I'm making it happen. And when you put your energy and your focus and your determination, your willpower, you put that behind that goal, it's definitely going to manifest. Then you got Jupiter, and you got, most people would love to have Jupiter in Sag. You have Jupiter in the sign of rules. Like your fortune favors the bold, and you have a lot of, like, even like what Shah said, the Jupiter Neptune conjunction both in Sag, like you have a dream and a vision, then you put your energy behind it, and all of a sudden within like weeks or a month or two, you're like, damn, I brought this into reality. Am I right or wrong?
You are correct.
And that's how you should utilize your Mars energy, because the Mars, you have a T-square with your Mars, and it's square in Uranus and Pluto and Chiron. So meaning if you leap before you look, you may hurt yourself, right? You may get burned. You want spontaneous action, being a little ruthless. So, you know, I'm sure you're older now. Back in the days, you might have been like, rah, girl, you know, take the earrings off. Let's do this, right? But now, as you got older, I'm just saying, you know, Mars and Saturn could be ruthless too, for real. But I'm just saying, but that energy that you have, that drive, that ambition that you have, when you funnel it and utilize it, when you put that Jupiter, Neptune, that spirituality, the spiritual knowledge that you have, the wisdom that you were born with, the innate downloads that you have, you get the crown loads for real.
Yeah, she does.
I do.
Yeah, that should be at the forefront, and then you take your ambition and your drive to help you manifest those dreams, right? The things that you want to do, right? Or else Mars will turn into frustration if it doesn't have an outlet to be motivating, if it doesn't have an outlet to do and to act and put things in motion, to take the initiative. You got it in the first house. It ain't gonna work unless you do it. That's Mars first.
That's
true. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's true.
So when you start putting your chart in the perspective, like harnessing, I know I can do anything I want to do. You need to start writing that out, what that is, right? Take advantage of that Mercury in Aries, because Mercury in Aries is quick mind, quick-witted, quick mind, quick thoughts, quick action, quick speed, driving, things like that. You have a lot of fast things going on in your chart. Very quick.
That is amazing. That's amazing, because that's how I feel, that things are just happening like this. It's like, you know, I want to get this book out. You know, it's like I want to finish these classes. You know, I'm trying to be a peristeam hydrotherapist, you know, and, you know, I'm trying to get, you know, have an online pet store. And, you know, it's like all this stuff is like in the air. I know it's crazy.
That's Jupiter. No, hold on. That's how Jupiter get down, though.
She has she has Uranus in favorable aspect to the ascendant. I believe her Uranus is 12 Libra, is that right? And her ascendant is 12 Sag. So listen,
retrograde.
You you really like a low-key genius. Like,
facts.
Wow.
I know it took you a long time in your life to really be like, yo, I'm smarter than all these motherfuckers, right? It took you a minute. No, it took you a minute to really step into that, right? But the reality of it is that's who you are. Don't never feel no type of way. Be like, I'm smarter than these people. Like, they don't get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when you sit around, like, even in school, like, you understand shit and everybody else is still like stuck on, you know, the information. Like, you got it like 30 minutes ago. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, Sag, like Uranus and Libra, try and ask for the sextile, the ascendant. But here's the deal. The reason why you ended up at home, let me say this. The reason why you ended up at home is because you felt like there was a spiritual healing that you owed your family. Like, you felt like, am I right? With that Chiron in the fourth?
Chiron up in there,
like Chiron in the fourth, you were like, yo, I gotta stay home. They need me on an emotional and spiritual level. That I am the love, that the love here will ultimately heal and help my family thrive and prosper. And that's what put you in the home, right? For the most part. And that's the role you play. The problem now,
that's amazing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the problem now with these eclipses happening is that role, not saying you're not the healer for your family, not saying you're not, you know, the source of love for the family, but that role is shifting because there's something else you have to do out in the world.
You're you know what, you're exactly right. You know, but today I did ask myself, I said, I'm supposed to be doing more than this. And that's exactly what came out of my mouth today. You know,
mine like, too. Mine too. Right? Yeah.
It's just like, you know, you know, I'm trying to learn as much as I can, because that's one of the downloads that I did get, was to find out as much as I could about our ancestors, educate as much as I possibly can. And I have to tell you, Mama T, I saw that Tiamat, the Akasha record with Tiamat, and that rocked my world.
Oh yeah, that's the greatest story never told. I wanted to answer this for you in regards to your purpose and your career direction. Okay. Oh. And then we're gonna move on to the next caller, because many of us get stuck in this thing. And sometimes when we read astrology, there's so much to cover, right? There's so much we can read into it. And the method that I use, I always make the North Node the star. Because once you understand your soul's purpose, everything falls into play. Once you understand the power of the MC, everything else falls into play. These are the two things that are the most powerful, and it has the most significance when it comes to your journey and your role. And all the other placements are supporting actors and actresses in the play. Now, when we look at it like that, then we understand why you have drive. We understand why you have the spiritual knowledge and the psychic energy. We understand why you have the love for the family. We have a feedback or something. If someone could mute their mic. We understand why you have that. So the first thing I wanted to tell you was your North Node is in Aquarius in the 3rd house, and it's conjunct Neptune. Venus. Now the North Node in Aquarius means you are really here to bring forth knowledge and wisdom for the collective. You're here to be different. You're here to dance to the beat of your own drum. Right? You are here to embrace your quirkiness or things that you may find different about yourself. You're here to tap into the technology, right? You're here to tap into humanitarianism, and really here to bring forth knowledge and wisdom for the collective. Your MC is in, I want to say 4 degrees Libra. It's So it's also working in building relationships and doing things with partnerships, building relationships and working with people. Now your MC is conjunct your Uranus. Now what I do, I have a method, I call it follow the yellow brick road. So when I see the North Node is in Aquarius, I have to look at the ruler of Aquarius, which is Uranus. And when Uranus is in Libra as well, making the connection to the MC up here, and it's in the 10th house. So career, being in the public eye, making a name for yourself, this is all a part of the destiny for you. Through the vessel of communicating and writing and teaching and speaking. So you said you was trying to write a book and things of that nature, la la la. Well, this is how you follow your own yellow brick road. Of course, you're supposed to be writing a book on the knowledge and wisdom. Writing a book on what? Then you're looking at where Uranus is. Uranus is also in Libra, but then we're going to look at Aries with the Mercury Aries. That's everything that has to do with leadership, entrepreneurial, things that you take control of, leadership, assertiveness, soldier, warfare, warrior, princess kind of shit, right? It's really taking that lead, taking the spearhead, being entrepreneurial, enterprising. Whenever you have planets in Aries, you do multiple things. Aries don't really just do one thing. Aries is an enterprising, right? This is why it has the energy of Mars to conquer many different things. So I just wanted to leave you with that, right? And I just scratched the surface on that to show you that, yeah, you're not, if you're frustrated because your soul is calling you in a direction which you should go in, but it feels like tradition, right, keeps us in a mold where we feel compromised. But Aquarius energy is everything unconventional and non-traditional.
She's literally like older than me by like a couple months. So that North Node Aquarius, I know all about it. Shaw's right. Like, you're gonna have to detach from things. I'm sorry. I know you have that cluster of planets that's called a stellium in the 4th house. So it's really you being tethered, you know, to family. And that's kind of like, you know, keeping you from.
You guys are hitting it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, literally, like you are when I literally to the day almost. You're like a couple months older than me, so I know those placements. As far as like those out of like the North Node and those outer placements, it's just something you're gonna have to do where you're gonna have to learn that detachment doesn't mean I don't give a fuck.
Facts.
You can still give a fuck. Like you can still care, but you're gonna have to detach because what Aquarius is the water bearer. I mean, I got water to give out. And if I'm just
this is bigger than y'all.
Yeah, it's bigger than and you know what, your family will benefit.
I say
don't feel like you're abandoning them.
You're right. You're right. I've never experienced this before because you guys just hit it. I've never experienced it. You guys.
You never had a chart reading before? You never had a chart reading?
No.
Oh, this is the first thing you should have had done because this is you in the cosmos, written as above, so below. You're just a manifestation of everything above. This is your cheat sheet of life. Just in case you forgot what you came here to do, it was written in the stars for you. Right now, one more thing. I just want to say this one more thing, right? Remember, Ty, Saturn-Pisces dissolves, right? No longer serves you, right? No longer benefit. Not saying your family don't serve you, but putting that at the forefront, maybe. Mm-hmm. Saturn is going to test that and say, listen, are you on your mission, right? This is what you on that will take care of all of this.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Amazing. That's amazing.
This was only the surface. Like we kind of just doing like on the surface, read like, you know?
Yeah, facts. Indeed.
So,
well, listen, Ty, what we can do, if you want to take Ty's information, Ty, put up your information where people can contact you if they want to get a reading, right? If they
I need a reading.
Yeah, get in contact with Ty. You know, y'all know where y'all can find me. I'm, anything scrolling at the bottom of the screen. But Ty, go ahead and give them your information. And
I just typed it in the chat, but I don't know if you can see like that number. It's like a phone number that you can call. And I put it in the chat. I don't know how I could.
Hold on, let me see.
I have your information from the last time that you were. I think I have your information.
I don't see you in the chat. Let me see.
I'm at the bottom. Well,
because I want to put it on the. I want to be able to scroll. I'm gonna show that on the screen. What's your name on it in the Are you Tiye Phoenix in here?
Tiye Phoenix. Yeah, I'm the on my end. I'm the very last person who typed, but maybe not on your end.
There's a delay over here. Yeah, I'm doing
okay. 443-272.
Hold on. Let me just write it here. Hold on. Let me write it down here. And I'm gonna put it in the I'm gonna put it on the screen. You said 443-272.
5393.
5393. So I'm gonna put this in here, and then let's see if I can show it on the screen. There you go. All right, y'all. So, Sister Kiva.
Yes.
I appreciate you, sister, for hopping on here, letting us get in your business the way that we did. You have two sisters on here that are here to help you any which way you need it. Contact Tiye Phoenix anytime you're ready to get your astrological consultation. And I strongly recommend you also learn the science as well, because this can answer so many questions that you have about yourself. It's right here, written in the stars for you.
You know, that's always been on the back of my mind. So I started with cards, and I'm just like, I even got an astrology book. So I'm like, I really need to learn about astrology,
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because you guys hit it on the head. I'm just floored. I'm amazed that you guys have just pinned me. I mean, I am feeling torn. I'm like, because I homeschool,
Yeah.
so I'm like, and it takes up a lot of time. You guys hit it, but I know you guys need to talk to someone else, but thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling.
So much. I love you both. Oh,
I love you too, darling. All right, take care of yourself. Make sure you give Ty a call, since y'all kind of close in proximity. Be able to help you out.
Look, Ty, she can help me detach, and I can help her detach.
There you go.
Let's help each other. I'll be calling you real soon.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you
All
too.
right. Take care. Woo! Listen. Well, we're gonna keep it rolling. How you feeling, Ty? You ready for one more?
I was hyped off of the way you was like, yo, I was listening like, damn. I was surprised you didn't say nothing about her moon in Scorpio, though. I was like, I was gonna say something about that.
I told you.
I was like, damn.
Can't get everything, but I was focusing on the topic of the Saturn.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah, that's gonna really move. Are we gonna bring up Naima? What's happening? How you doing, honey?
Can you see me?
I can see it now.
We sure can.
Can you see the red light special up in there?
Yeah, I was told that it actually vibes at a higher frequency, so I figured I would try it.
I heard about that too. I heard about the red light that does some special things. The LED lights, they say how fries our pineal, but it was the halogen lights as well as the red lights activates. I heard about that not too long ago. So that's what's up. You feeling stimulated and activated underneath the red? Because I know the red light make you want to do other things.
Like what?
Like what?
Huh?
Like what?
Grown folk stuff. Can
no.
You hear me?
Yeah, I do, but not at my age, ladies.
Hold on. Let's get to the charts. What she mean that we're gonna find out. Don't say that. We're gonna find
That's hilarious.
out what that means. All right, sis. So you ready for us to go in and give you a little astrological consultation on what these transits are
Absolutely.
doing, what they mean for you? All right, all right. So let's begin with your birthday.
Well, my birthday is April 6, 1964.
Mm-hmm.
You said April 6th?
Mm-hmm. I love the numbers 4664. I love it.
You love it. You play them numbers?
Well, let me just say that I love it because every time my birthday, date, year, and age add up to 40, something crazy happens in my life. And I'm like, oh God, I almost said
Well, I
it.
get a feeling you a Virgo rising. What time were you born, honey?
I was born under the cover of thunderstorms, 2 a.m. in the morning. I was told that meant,
Under the
well,
cover.
it was said to me once that, oh, you were born at a time when they were letting the angelic beings come through. One dropped down with you. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
What city and state were you born?
I'm
Hello?
sorry.
Yeah. What city and state were you born?
Woo! Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a Grady baby.
All right, ATL in the building. Grady Hospital.
Yes, indeedy.
Oh, we got Capricorn rising in the building. All right, let's take a look and see what's going on. I'm going to share the chart, and we are
Hold
going
on just
to.
1 second before you do.
Yes, ma'am.
I looked at your not the Nunaki, the one that you just did like 2 days ago, Oklahoma.
Yes.
Now, my name MahMah means beautiful, but also at the same time, I want you to know that my birth name Linda also means beautiful, right?
Yeah, it does in Spanish.
But get this.
What's
My
that?
name, birth name, Linda Vivette Gibson. And you know what you talked about on that Oklahoma thing, talking about Fort Gibson. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I grew up with a lot of Guthries.
Wow.
But you know,
you from? Oh, you're not from. You just told me where you're from.
No, actually, although I was born at Grady's Hospital in Atlanta,
yeah,
my family and I grew up in Lithonia, Georgia. You know, it's close to Stone Mountain, where you guys were recently. In Lithonia, Georgia, it's like 23 miles southeast of Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Notice I said Atlanta. That's how we say it. It's not Atlanta. But I need you to know that when I was actually active duty, I had 2 people. They were friends, but you know, when you're in the midst of talking about one thing, and then suddenly the conversation just goes like to something else, not left, not right, just something else. And you just kind of like look and you're like, okay. I don't know why you said that to me, but okay. But the one young lady says to me, because she was from Oklahoma, okay? And she was talking about a Fort Gibson, and you know, I gave it no thought because it didn't mean anything to me. But I noticed that she was a little bit perturbed. So I took the conversation somewhere else. And there was also another young lady that said something to me about being Chickasaw. And I was like, whatever that means. And I took the conversation somewhere else again. But then that's just the way that I think that I am, not necessarily headstrong. It's just that when something doesn't resonate with me, there's nothing I can do with that conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you change like the moon, because your moon is in the first house in Capricorn, squaring that Mercury. So yeah, the conversation is, you are your chart, honey. Yes, you is.
Yes, I am. And you know what? I'm always born with a lot of I'm always born. I feel like I'm born anew every day, but let me just
that's right.
I'm born with one child who was born January 29th, 1989. who gave birth to my granddaughter January 30th, 2019. Now, had she been stateside when she gave birth to that baby, my granddaughter would have also been born January 29th. I was like, oh my God. So, you know, that's just, y'all, it's like tight. You don't miss anything.
Right. All right. So moving into this chart about what's going on with this Saturn transit happening in the sign of Pisces retrograde.
Let me ask you, Scott, ask her if she's if
you ask
her. Are you y'all just go like, okay. Are you super sensitive? Like, I know you're a Capricorn rising, but like the reading,
I can be depending upon the subject. And what I mean by that is this.
I wanted to, you know,
you see that moon in the first. You see that moon in the first square in that Jupiter? Yeah, she says.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask first before I just start.
Oh yeah, I can be real sensitive, and people will be like, "Well, why are you getting upset?" And I'm like, "I want you to know, sometimes the big things don't bother me. It's that little stuff that you do. Now that right there is going to get you kicked. Okay, so you might want to stop."
Yeah, that's why I said Capricorn rising. I'm not playing no games. I'm not playing no games. Not going, you know. Because I wanted to ask you about that Saturn Chiron conjunction in the second house. Listen, like,
pretty wide.
Have you? Did you gain your tough? Would you say you developed the toughness because of the level of sorrow?
Now, I didn't say that, but you're right on the money.
Sorry.
I don't tough, girl.
I just, you know, saying, I didn't go tough on YouTube.
Oh, my word. If I didn't go tough, I wouldn't be here today. I'm going to tell you that now.
You've had your share. Listen,
he's still tough.
You've had your share.
But I'm also very loving. Okay. So,
yeah.
It balances out. But, you know, I have to be careful with who I show that to. Because I also notice when a person is trying to take advantage, and that pisses me off too. So yeah, I know I'm crazy. I see you sitting back. You're looking like, oh my God, what can I say?
No. I just, you know, I like to be considerate, you know, and I don't never know. Like, I don't want to trigger. And like,
listen,
tonight, you're here. Hold on, beep. This the Stella Maris podcast show. They know what it is when they call up.
Okay, excellent. Because if I presented myself to you, then you go ahead and do what you need to do, and I'll take care of the rest.
We're not going to be offensive to hurt your feelings.
I'm not going to be offended at all.
We're going to give you the
I've been listening to Stella for quite a while now.
Yeah, honey. So you know how we get down over here. So we're going to tell you, we're going to give you the truth of what we see, and it's to help you, not to hurt you. Okay, that's all. This is what the premise of where we're coming from, or where I'm coming from, is to help you and not to hurt you. So there's things that I'm seeing in here, especially with this transit, with this Saturn and Neptune conjuncting your Mars in the third house. This is about verbiage, words, and things that you say, and the words that you say, and maybe things that are said to you. All right. So because it's happening in the house of communication, it's happening in the house of siblings, it's happening in the house of neighbors, right? It's happening in the house of community. So the things that the Saturn and Neptune is bringing in Pisces are tapping into the energies of communications, the things that you say, how you speak, how you talk, or things that maybe people are saying to you. Some things that are being said. Now you have the moon in the first house. What that can also indicate is, yes, you do have a sensitivity about you, but Capricorn rising hides its emotions. And sometimes it's underneath the surface. It may not be apparent in the beginning, but after a while, when it bubbles up and boils up, with it squaring that Jupiter, it can come out in a way that other people may misunderstand you. All right. Or there may be some misunderstanding going on because your Neptune is squaring your moon as well, too. So Saturn is here to say, you're very direct in your speech. I can tell that because your Mars is in the third house. You say what you mean and you mean what you say, right? You don't cut corners. You speak your mind and you say what it is what's on your mind. Saturn is here. It kind of puts the brakes on that, maybe, and saying, let's think about how you say and what you say in a constructive way that can help build people up as well. And people talk to you in a way that builds you up, as opposed to being so sharp with the words and so sharp with cutting, because Mars in the third can give someone a sword. You know, the words are swords. The words can cut. Now the words can also defend, and you can fight for someone's truth as well as your own at the same time. So I guess Saturn and Neptune coming across there saying, let's pick our battles, let's choose them wisely, and let's remove things that don't even serve you when it comes to the things that are the way you think, the way you process your thoughts, the way you communicate. Right? This is what I'm seeing with this transit that's coming, because it's right on top of your Mars. If you can see my mouse point to this,
Let
I don't
me
know.
just say, if I say nothing, it's because you're dead on. You're right on point. Keep going.
Go ahead, Ty. Your turn.
Just
Okay.
keep going.
Well, here's the thing, right? Having the Sun and Mars both in Aries in the third. Let me tell you, like, when your mind's made up, you have the power to just, like, you're the person that comes in with the idea that you're like, everybody, listen, this is what you might not, necessarily be the one who sees the idea through, but you are an initiator. And when your mind is made up and you have an idea that you want to run with, you are a very, very powerful individual. Just know that. Especially with, having Mars, like Sha said, Mars in the third, direct communication. Aries in general, I'm gonna just say this. Aries, you learn earlier on in your life. You're like, let me think about what I say first before I say it. You learned that already. You already got that lesson. Like, by now. Like, you still sharp with the tongue, but you learn. So but you better. Now, what I was looking at earlier was the Saturn Chiron in the second house. You've had a lot of lessons around either loss of money or personal items or value. Like, you've had a lot of lessons around actually losing or pain, maybe like pain in relationship to maybe somebody actually taking something that belonged to you, and learning how to protect your own personal property, your own personal value, like your self-worth. You had a lot of lessons around self-worth and self-value that you had to grow out of, like forced to really learn about your own worth. And is that resonate at all?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Now, Sha was moving the cursor on the screen to explain why I said that. Because that Saturn in the second house is your value. That's your worth. That's actually how you determine your own. It is actually physical, like your physical possessions too, like your bank account and those sorts of things. And Chiron is there. And having that in Pisces, the Chiron in Pisces in generation, that is really about learning how to release and let go. You had a lot of lessons around, hey, I got to let this go, because if I don't, it's going to consume me, right? And that would be the Pluto opposite. You see that? That would be the Pluto opposite that Saturn Chiron there, where Sha's cursor was Pluto, Uranus, right? Transforming as a result of freeing myself, right? Uranus is freedom, right? So we talking about Pluto in Virgo early, Uranus in Virgo. You also learn lessons about having sex with your friends. You learn that doesn't always work. Like having maybe years ago, like I'm sorry, like you.
No, I mean,
You learned about having relations
Or
with
sharing
friends.
bank accounts with people with, you know what I'm saying, that joint
Like,
bank
yeah,
account thing.
yeah, like you was in situations with people like, oh, we just friends, but somehow it ended up going into another zone, and then from that, a lot of loss came out. You know, so maybe there was a relationship there at some point where it was like, damn, you know, that friends with benefits, where the lines is blurred, like, oh, we friends, but we have sexual relations, and now, you know, I'm sharing stuff with them, and my stuff is theirs, and their stuff. It got messy. You learned a lot about loss. You learned a lot about diminished value, like self-worth from that. But hopefully these are lessons. I have a feeling these are lessons that are, you know, that are behind you at this point. Like you kind of, you know, you've gotten what you needed to know from those particular placements, those dynamics. You know, you coming up, what is this on you coming up on with the second, you had a second Saturn return already. You had a second Saturn return already. So you've learned the lesson now about releasing pain
Go sit
and
down.
allowing.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my dog. Sorry.
Oh, no, you've learned those lessons, the second Saturn return already. So about releasing pain and allowing it to dissolve, and for the power of forgiveness, right? The power of forgiveness. That was a hard one, right? But that's Chiron and Pisces with Saturn. It's like really learning how difficult life can be when you refuse to release and forgive, right? And that forgiveness, Uranus is freedom. Back me up on the shop. Uranus is freedom, Pluto transformation.
Yeah.
So when we have that release and that forgiveness and the shedding,
The healing.
the weight, Saturn is weight. So the weight that we carry from the burdens of wounds, that we can actually transform and heal. Virgo is healing. So you got Uranus, which is freedom, and sign of Virgo, which is healing, Pluto, which is transformation, and the sign of healing. So when you learn that forgiveness, however hard it is, and release of those burdens, you can really heal yourself. You can heal yourself on a deep level. You can transform. So hopefully, since you've had a second Saturn return, that happens at age 56, you've learned those things by now. Am I right? This is stuff that's.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I'm going to tell you why I think you're right. Because about a month ago, I was standing in my kitchen and I was like, you know what? I really just don't care about that. I'm going to serve the Most High no matter what. And then I was like, well, Mama Tiye, what you think I should be doing right now? Yes. Okay.
No, yeah, you have to do what's best for you. Your soul is on a mission. That's the first thing what you need to understand, regardless of what anyone says or what other information is coming on the table, whatever the case may be. You have to treat life like a buffet. You don't eat everything that's on the buffet. You eat the things that you're drawn to or you're attracted to, or things that resonate with you. Everything may not resonate with you, and that's what you just let it slide. You're here to get bits and pieces of information so your soul can evolve this lifetime. Now, it was very important that what Ty was saying about healing heals you, which is so important because your North Node is in the sign of health and wellness. North Node means your destiny, which your soul needs to learn this lifetime. It's the wellness and health and well-being of also family and the ancestral connection that you have with this moon in Capricorn, right? This moon in Capricorn. So I look at the ruler of where the North Node is, and it's the moon. The moon rules emotions. It rules women. The women in your family has a very significant role in your health and your well-being, your emotions, the emotional tie that you have with them or not, even the relationship you may have had with your mother or lack of relationship with your mother, or the relationship that you have with women directly affects your health and well-being. So if you're harboring, you're holding on energy or any type of problems that weren't resolved with women in your family, it can turn into something that can affect your health. So finding a way to release that, to heal from that, to restore that will help you bring more balance and stability to that moon that's going on in the first house, because the moon also can rule a little unstableness, because think about the moon in the sky. It's not always bright, and sometimes you can't see it. Sometimes the light is half and half. Sometimes it's a little slither. So that means the moods are changeable. The energy is changeable. But the North Node in Cancer in the 6th house is saying, because the 6th house is an earth sign house, so it needs stabilizing, right? It needs something to anchor it or stabilize it, or the energy, so it can express its emotions in a more healthier manner. It can express the relationships it has with the women in the family, and it can reconnect family to ancestral energy, or if there was ancestral trauma there, or something that, what I mean by that is something passed down from mother to daughter, mother to daughter, mother to daughter, like this trait that we pass down to each other, and until one is selected to say, I'm going to clear this energy, I'm going to clear this karma, and it stops with me, right? And sometimes when we don't deal with our purpose head on, then all the other things hit us in ways that we just don't understand what's going on. And it sculpts us, and it makes us, it molds us into being these beings that the soul just may be trying to break free from. You see what I'm saying? Because your South Node is in the house of spirituality, in the house, it's in Capricorn, right? In the 12th house, even though the 12th house ruler is Sag, but the North Node is falling in Capricorn. The thing about Capricorn, and it's very serious. Everything is serious. Everything is structure. Everything is discipline. Everything, the I's dotted, T's crossed. Doesn't want to make any mistakes. But the thing that Capricorn needs to be needed. It needs the energy of Cancer to nurture those hard edges, those rough edges, because deep down beneath, Capricorn wants to be loved. Capricorn wants to be appreciated. Capricorn wants the soothingness of the water of Cancer. So that needs to be balanced. Can't stay in the isolated, well, it's just going to be me. Capricorn can be like ruthless. Capricorn be like, forget the rest of y'all. I'm going to be like she said, I'm going to be on this mountain with one foot on here sleeping, and I'm just going to have to deal with it till I reach the top. Well, this lifetime, your soul is saying, we did that. We spent time in meditation. We spent time in the temples. We spent time in the deep, the subconscious mind, the connection, because the 12th house is the house of God, right? It's the house of the spiritual connection of the divine. You spent a lot of that in your past, in the past lifetime. This lifetime, the soul is like, I kind of want to know what reality is like. Like, I really want to go out and sink my teeth into this world, not becoming worldly, but the experience of the world. Because Virgo energy, which is the 6th house energy, has to touch, feel, seal, touch, measure it, test it. It has to analyze it. It has to be in the mix of it in order to fix what's broken.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Here's the thing. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you ever allow yourself to have a good cry?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you ever allow yourself to have a good cry?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And I don't say that half-hearted, and I don't say that fakeness. Sometimes a cry will just sneak up on me, and I'm like, okay, time to dismiss myself. I got to go over here and take care of this. But I always have this flip attitude about it, and you notice it right now. And it's like, I got to go take care of this. I must go through this. It's like you got to feel the process. And I don't know where that's coming from. You just got to feel it and go through it. And once it's done, you mount up again, get back up on the horse's back and ride on. So, yeah.
Okay, because the more you feel your emotions willingly, like you embrace them, it's going to help improve your intuition.
I'm sorry, say that again.
the more you embrace your emotions as opposed to running from them, denying them, or minimizing them, it's going to help improve your intuition. You have a natural gift of intuition.
Oh yeah.
But what happens is sometimes you allow that logic to be like, well, I have the evidence in front of me says otherwise, and I don't know. Like Jupiter in the 4th house is somebody who has ample intuition. Okay. And then you have the North Node in the sign of intuition. Cancer. You are here to really start embracing your feelings. You're going to find that if you allow, even if you I would recommend that you start to even do more specified intentional healing exercises with the use of water. Whether that be through you go to spas or you go, lakes or you really, and what you're going to start to see is if you really allow the water, that's why I asked about the crying, the tears, if you allow that to come through unfiltered, like you not stifling it, you working with water, like as a healing agent, like hydrotherapy, they call it, you're going to start to see too that you're going to shed a lot. Let me tell you, you're going to shed a lot. Like you're going to shed whatever you're holding.
Okay.
Take that, however, because I'm telling you, having that South Node in Capricorn and that moon in Capricorn and your ascendant in Capricorn, that's called a stellium. That's called a stellium. That's 3 or more planets in the same sign. So you got a Capricorn stellium, but you already familiar with that. The South Node in Capricorn means you're already familiar with being rigid. You're already familiar with, crossing every T and dotting every I. You here to feel.
Right.
That's why I said when you really be like, damn, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way, and you allow that feeling to really come through you.
Yes.
You're gonna find it opens up so much.
Touch with your feelings.
Your chakra is gonna open wide, your imagination gonna open wide. You're just like everything is gonna open up that was like compacted and tight. That I'm sensing, this is astrology, but I'm going there too. Like I'm sensing that you're not letting that water, and by water, I don't mean just tears, I mean emotions. You're not letting it flow the way you're not. Like there's some things that need to come out.
Yeah, that would be the reason why when I was saying a while ago, sometimes, okay, I didn't say it. You hold it so long that it's like, okay, dismiss yourself, go take care of that, and you can
become detached. Yeah.
Okay, so I've had that happen to me once or twice in my life, and it's like, where is it coming from? Well, it's coming from where you've suppressed it. Why did you suppress it? Well, because the people that put the hurt on you are the very exact same people that you want to have the respect for, because you're supposed to. At least that's what you're told, right? You respect your mommy, your daddy, the ancestry. But sometimes they can say, well, Heavenly Father rest their souls, beautiful people. Sometimes they could say some of the ugliest stuff, and you.
Moon in Capricorn is a cold mother.
Huh?
The moon in Capricorn is a mother who's cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
My mother was
a Sagittarius, so.
Yeah, your moon, the moon represents the mother, and Capricorn is cold.
Okay.
So you felt like you didn't get the emotional support from your mother. That's why your North Node is in the sign of the mother.
Well, that
because
I'm just gonna have to say yes, and yes, because I'm gonna say this to you. My mother was a person that I wanted the most respect from, that I wanted the most how do you say,
acknowledgement?
Acknowledgement, acceptance.
From.
And that was a person I got none of that from. And I'm going, you know what?
I knew
I'm
it.
gonna have to toughen up.
I didn't want to. Remember, I said in the beginning I didn't want to go there because I don't like to be insensitive. But I could see. Listen, the moon in Capricorn is a mother who's not. Capricorn's not sensitive, right? The moon is the mother. Opposite of that is the North Node in Cancer, the sign of the mother. You have Chiron in Pisces, the other water sign. So there's like this, you know, you have to embark on the journey of learning how to release that pain from having a mother who wasn't as warm. And
you know, I've come to realize the reason why she was the way she was is because she never got the things.
Because it's the ancestral. This is what I'm talking about. That family.
That's the reason why when you were saying it was come down, passing down, I was like, well, she ain't never lied. No lies detected. So I can't argue with any of this, ladies. I can't argue with any of this.
Yeah.
And that is one thing you'll find about me. When the truth is being told, I let the truth be told. Okay.
I'm sorry, sister. I'll say.
Sorry.
You got to say, you know, you have to what this chart is also saying from the experiences you have from your mother and probably the experience she had from her mother, that you now have to become that mother, not the mother that they were to you, but the mother that they weren't. Right? You have to show the nurture. You have to nurture.
Yes. And I'll tell you something. I've noticed my daughter has began to. Can you believe this? Oh my goodness. I did not realize for the longest that my daughter thought that I did not like her. But I was like, what the heck? And I had to explain to her, I'm like, well, I try not to tread on you because I was treaded on so much, and I'm not going to use this old cliche crazy thing. If you have something you want to talk to, you can come to me. I'm just going to tell you, I will be coming to you from now on. Okay. And if you want to talk, you can. But at the same time, listen, ladies, my relationship with my daughter has become so pleasing and pleasant. It's almost as if I was with my daughter on a Thursday of last week. She had to have a nasal operation. Okay, get some polyps out. And the nurse said something to my daughter, and then I quipped in, and then my daughter said something, and she says, "You guys are just so funny." And I was like, "Funny how?" You know, because I'm like, either we're funny because we make you laugh, or we're funny because this is just so weird to hear people talking to each other like this. But it's almost as if not so much that she could say something and I finish her sentence. I could say something, she finishes my sentence. Although, yeah, maybe that is the case. But also at the same time, it's like these are things that a mother and daughter are saying to each other. That a mother and daughter that you would think a daughter would be more reverent. But I'm like, this is a 36-year-old woman, and I did not raise her that way. Okay, so if there's something that she needs to say, she can say it, but she needs to say it in such a way that I know that there's still respect there for me. Not necessarily for my authority, but respect for the fact that of my placement in her life. And I can do the same for her because I'm not going to do anything to hurt the only child. Not knowingly, not intentionally, the only child that I've ever given birth to. You see what I'm saying?
So you see that, you see that she's like only one child that happens to be a daughter. And she has Venus in her fifth house.
Yeah. Which is making that beautiful trine to her moon where she can express that side of herself, right?
Absolutely.
The opportunity.
And when she says, "Mom, do you know what you just said?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know what I just said." And she's like, that did this. And I was like, "Well, you know what? Let me take care of that. What can I do? Not necessarily to make it right, but to say it right, because I know that was not my intent to come across that way, at least not with you." Okay. And I've said some things sometimes to my daughter that she's like, "Is this my mom?" She's like, "Why are you being so nice to me?" I'm like, "I'm not being nice to you. I'm just being me because you're you." I don't know if that made any sense.
No, I see what you're saying, but
yeah,
that's kind of the antidote for all that's going on, right? All that you may have experienced, all the things that you may have gone through is building that relationship with your daughter. That's like
oh yeah,
helping you allow yourself to show that other side of you and to express and display the love to her in the way that the love that you didn't receive.
yeah.
So this is how it's nurturing you by you nurturing her. And this explains this position of your moon and your Neptune in the 5th house, how even though we may have challenging aspects, there's always something that will provide balance for you to express another side of it. So you're never stuck in this one position. You'll always have these options to show balance, which is the Venus, and the moon nurturing and love. I mean, Venus and moon together that softens any hard blow in the chart, right? And you do have that, and you do carry that. And so sister, once again, thank you for coming on and allowing us to bring this information out to you.
Ladies, I did not think I'd get this kind of a reading, but okay. I don't know anything about astrology.
Okay.
Nothing
Was it
about
good?
chart reading.
Is that a good thing?
Well, something, it is now because, no, let me say this. I did not come on because I was seeking this. I actually came on the show because of how I resonate. You resonate to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And people that I tend to find that can be real.
Yes.
As Sha Bliss and her Akasha.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. As
my girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're Titan now, but anyway.
I got two
of them. See that?
Yeah.
And I can feel that, and it actually comes through the screen. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
That right there looks like a well-rounded person that's round in herself. And she's not looking outside of herself so much to get things from other people in order to complete herself. So you don't have to worry about a drain on your energy in that way. And ladies, let me tell you, I can feel a drain on my energy when people come at me that way. And it's only because of what I've learned in life.
Right.
Okay. What I've gone through in life. But let me just simply say this. And if there's anybody left in this audience with this, trust me, guys. Not that I'm trying to convince you that I'm not who it is I seem to be when I come across. It's just that I'm the most loving person you'll ever meet. But I'm also 10 toes down.
Yes, ma'am. I know that's right. I say indeed, indeed.
So much so that I had one guy accused, "Are you a man?" I'm like, maybe in a prior life I was, but right now I'm a female.
I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, sister, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hope we helped you in some fashion, form, or way.
Oh, this was excellent. It's really hard to find people that are willing to just say it already. Don't just hold back. Say it.
I know, right?
Yeah, just say it.
We're going to tell it now. We're going to tell it. Indeed. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm going to go on and move on to the last call of the day. So, sister, how do you pronounce your name? I don't want to say it wrong. Naima?
You talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
It's Naima. Naima Yah Yisrael.
Yes, you've been one of my day ones, honey.
Beautiful name. Beautiful name.
Oh, yes. All righty, ladies. I'll digress, and I guess if you have another person that's coming on.
I do have one more caller, and then we're going to wrap this thing up.
Now, do I go back to YouTube?
Yeah, you can go. I'm gonna just remove you from the stage, and you
Okay,
can still be on you be on YouTube. All right. Well, take care, sister, and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I say. Woo, honey. We doing it tonight. We doing it. We pulling the all-nighter.
Oh my gosh.
What you want, dog? You supposed to be in the bed. Anyway, we're gonna pull up. We're gonna go to the last call of the day. And how y'all feeling out there in the chat? I really appreciate y'all for hanging out with us for this long. We've been on here for like 3 hours, getting it in. So we're gonna wrap it up with the last caller. We got Tima, aka Seven Sisters, in the building. Everybody in the dark. What's going on? Hey, how you doing?
Evening. I'm doing good. It's evening time.
It's evening time, huh? It's nighttime
It
over
is.
here. How is everything going with you today, Miss Tima?
Everything is going well, and I was very excited to see you this evening.
All right. Good to see you too, sweetie.
Yes, I'm a rusty butt Virgo.
Uh-oh. Hold on now. Virgos is in the building live and direct. We got Virgos, Aries, Capricorn. Earth signs is winning. Earth signs is winning. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to get your birth information, and then we're going to pull up your chart. I'm going to have it on the screen. And we're going to see what's going on with these transits and how they are portraying themselves and maybe expressing themselves in certain areas of your life, and pointing out some of the things that you may need to let go of, or some of the things you just may need to readjust.
All right. All right.
Let's let the games begin. All right. So when is your
as a Virgo, she give it to everybody straight. I know, Tim, you don't hold back. You be like, listen, I told you so. One of Virgo's favorite sayings is, I told you so.
Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yep, that's me. All right, man. When is your birthday?
My birthday is August the 29th.
Oh, that's my
Happy belated birthday.
Yep, 1951.
1951. What time, sister?
6:29 a.m. Chicago, Illinois.
Chi-town in the building. Oh, snap. You know what's up. You know what the deal is.
Hey, I've been on the journey for a long time.
Chi-town. You was rocking the Chi-town when it was popping.
Yep.
It's still popping. It's definitely popping.
All right, so let's see. Why just pop up here? All right, let's see what's going on. Let's see what we got goes and on. All right, so I'm going to share the screen so we can see. They're trying to sell me something. I ain't trying to buy what they selling.
Tima, is that short for Fatima?
Well, it was something that I made up, but now I'm realizing that it might have been like Tiamat.
Oh, shucks.
Oh,
you know what? Tiamat straight up resurrecting out here.
Yes.
I love it.
So I am the daughter of Tiamat.
Come on now.
You know, I couldn't figure it out for a long time. And then when you...
I'm telling you, it's a strict activation around here.
This chart I got lit. This is lit.
All right, ma'am. Miss Tima, Miss Tiamat Jr. We're gonna get in here. All right, Ty, we go ahead and set it off.
All right, let's go.
Let's get it.
Virgo, first of all, it's your season. You already know, like we said earlier, it's eclipse season. So major changes coming for you, right? So first of all, I just want to tell you, don't let people make you in your life. Hopefully you didn't let people at this point, and even going forward, don't let nobody make you feel bad about being picky. You picky about all the people that you want in your life. You picky about who's your friend, who should be an associate. And you've been like that for a long time, right? And people try to make you feel funny about it. Like, oh, you know, you too particular. But That's who you are. You like, no, I go through everything with a fine-tooth comb, including the people that come around me. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, right. You're very right. Matter of fact, I just completed my number 9 season.
Oh,
Completion.
oh, the north. That I see that the north and south node
She's
is not.
about to, man. She's listen. Go ahead, boy. This sister, you about to come into something.
Now, you are very, very analytical, very detailed. You don't miss nothing. Nobody gets anything over on you. You know, some people say, I don't know how that person fooled me, but I don't know how they they pulled the wool over. Not you. Not you. Matter of fact, you, like I said, you go through everything with a fine-tooth comb with that south node, Mercury and Venus all in Virgo. You know, you really notice things that other people overlook, and you let them know, hey, I gotta let you know something. You're not paying attention to this here, or you're not too focused here, and you bring things to other people's attention that they might have neglected. Now, sometimes, let me tell you, in this lifetime, even though you like to pay attention to details and you like to have the facts and you like to have all of the information out in front of you so you can verify and confirm what's real and what's not, you here in this life to actually kind of let go and trust God a little more. Sometimes you won't always have the information in front of you. Sometimes it won't make sense. And that's when you got to say, there's a bigger plan at play. There's a divine plan at work, and I don't always have the details in front of me. I won't always be able to make sense of everything. That's what you're here to learn how to do. You're here to learn the power of spiritual surrender. Are you following me?
Nope, I'm following you because, yep.
All right. You're here to learn the power of. Did you have to learn how to detach from where you lived? Maybe growing up, at some point you had like, I got to get away from my hometown. I gotta move away. I gotta try to, or you found yourself being pulled away and separated from your home foundation, or from the home. Like I said, the foundation that raised you. You might have found yourself either pulled away from that and it wasn't your choice, or you decided, hey, I gotta move forward. Or did you ever forcefully pull yourself away or find yourself being separated or severed from the home foundation, whether it was actual where you live physically or the actual home, like the people that raised you? Did you find yourself detaching from that?
Well, I was raised in Buffalo, New York. So I moved from Buffalo, New York to California. Just so that I could get away, so that I could just figure things out, because it was chaos.
That would be 11 months.
And I had to remove myself from the chaos. So I've been on the spiritual journey since the 70s. So my family, they think that I'm cuckoo, as they call it.
And that's why you had to detach from them, correct?
Right.
That's what I meant. So yeah, moving away from that foundation, and foundation meaning family, tradition, the people that raised you, you having to literally detach from that, forcefully almost detach from that. And it was hard, because there was love there. There was love there at some point, but you knew what was best. You knew what was best for you, because you're the type of person that fights for love when you feel like it's there. You fight for love. You will. I'm just up here telling you, like, you telling me about myself. No, but I'm just reading what I see. So with that being said too, life has forced you to be very mature and serious. You learned a lot too. Let me ask you, have you ever been separated or divorced?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Because I would see that being that Saturn in Libra. Um, but what happened is you divorced because you realized that the relationship you had in your mind wasn't aligned with the one that manifested in reality. Like you saw this person as ideal and turned out they weren't. They weren't. So it produced the divorce.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean, basically, it's like I was raised in an abusive household, and my husband was raised in an abusive household. And I finally realized that we couldn't make it because, abuse was all we knew.
And there was domestic violence in that relationship, correct?
Yes.
Yes, because that would be the Moon Mars conjunction. That's domestic violence. And you had to detach from that as well. You
Right.
had to pull yourself. So there's been a lot of there's been situations where you're like, I got to get away, and sometimes the other person is shocked because you do it in their mind. It was sudden, or they didn't see it coming per se. But you had to make the decision for yourself, for your own well-being and your own betterment. You see the Chiron in the fourth shot. You want to talk about that?
Hold on 1 second. Right
Okay. Oh, okay. Because I'm not looking at her. Shell's not even on here. Oh, I had the screen pulled over to where I could just see the chart. I didn't see her. So yeah, a lot of there's been a lot of healing that needed to take place around home and family. And definitely, like I said, moving away, a lot of your healing came from the decision to actually move away and separate yourself from the home base, whether it was, like I said, the foundation that raised you or the home that you created with partners. And you have been with violent partners. Aries in the seventh house, that would be violent partners. Now, were any of your partners from people from other cultural backgrounds? Like, were they from different like nationalities or ethnicities, or from like different, or from far away, like people from either far away cultures or backgrounds or different ethnicities? Or were you ever involved with partners who they presented themselves like they were teaching you, like they came to mentor you, like partners who supposedly are there to teach you, to elevate you
Well,
through teaching you?
yeah, I've had a few, but it required being obedient, and I'm only obedient to myself.
I know that's right.
Ashay.
I know that's right.
Ashay. Okay, check this out. Let me hop in here a little bit. Let me see some things. I'm gonna share another screen. I'm gonna share her progressions and as well as her transits.
Oh, yeah.
Because I wanted to see some other things. Now, the main thing I wanted to look at is what's going on in your seventh house of partnerships and relationships with the Saturn Neptune conjunct transiting that area in Pisces. So the ruler of your seventh house is Pisces, right? The sign, let me see if you can see my mouse. The sign of Pisces. So you're here to learn about relationships, not here to learn about, but this particular transit is going to be talking to you about relationships and partnerships, whether that's business partnerships, social partnerships, romantic partnerships, whatever the case may be, how you deal with the other people outside yourself. All right. So you're going to be looking at that carefully. Now, the reason why that's important is because Neptune is the ruler of Pisces for you. And you have both of them together in Saturn, Neptune, coming back into Pisces to open up some things, to reveal some things, to show you some things about how you deal with other people or how other people see you. It's a reflection that's going on over here. How that is being presented to you. What you see, you better pay attention to what you're looking at to make sure what you're looking at is actually what you see. Does that make sense? Like, because some people can wear facades, some people can play. The con people out here, they're dressing up to play a role in a part. But your intuition must tell you, because you have about 2,500 planets in the 12th house. You have every planet pretty much imaginable in the 12th house. So you have to trust your intuition like nothing else. You have to follow your spirit above and beyond everything else. But at the same time, your North Node is in the 6th house in Pisces, saying it must be real. You have to clear the vision. Pisces rules vision and sight. You have to make sure what you see is what you get. And Saturn is coming to test that over here with this Pisces conjunction coming to the house of partnerships. Have you been getting what you see, what you get with partners? Or are you pretending there's something else? And then when they reveal to you what they really are, you saw it, but you didn't want to believe it, kind of thing. So you're going to have to really hone in on your vision, and what you're seeing is really what you get with somebody, and see them for who they are, or make sure people see you for who you really are. Because you got your sun in the 12th house, your Mercury in the 12th house, your Venus in the 12th. Sister, okay, keep it real. Either you know everybody's secrets, or you got a lot of secrets. Or you remember the song Secret Lovers? You may have had your share.
Karmic relationships, a lot of karmic lovers. Venus in the 12th is like mad karmic lovers, like where everybody you dated, you felt like, damn, this feels faded. Like it's faded. Yeah, like I can't get over this person. Can't figure out why we can't leave each other alone. You know what I mean? Like
soulmates.
Right.
Soulmates. Yeah, you connected to that South Node. Like when you have planets so close to the South Node, especially Mercury. You got Mercury retrograde in the 12th. You super psychic. You already know. You know half of this stuff. You could probably teach us some things. You got Mercury retrograde in this. Hold on, let me run this list off first. Let me just run this off. You got Pluto in the 12th. That's X-ray vision. Your dreams must be phenomenal. You probably can dream things and they happen. Does this happen for you often? You have insight. You have clairvoyance energy. You probably clairaudient, meaning you hear it before it happens. You hear. I'm not saying you crazy because I got this shit too. You hear voices, you talk to your spirits, you talk to yourself, you be having some serious conversations with you, right? You tapped into the spiritual realm, like you stay there. You stay in the constant state of the subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is active. When people got to go and meditate and pray and sleep and try to dream, you already in a pretty much semi-meditative state anyway. Like you're tapped into the subconscious mind more so than most, right? You can pierce the veil more so than most. That Pluto conjunct the sun in the 12th, you can see things most people can't even fathom or can't even believe or see. You pierce the veil. You can see through someone's soul.
Mm-hmm.
Much. And you a Virgo? We not playing. I'm not playing. We're not playing around. You know what's up. Now, what I wanted to talk to you was about. I said when I had said you about to come into something. I don't know why that popped in my head. So I wanted to pull up transits as well as the progressed chart. You're holding what they call a grand water trine with these nodes that are coming around. When your north node conjuncts your north node, it's going to signify a significant event that has to do with your purpose. Something is going to come through there. And with Jupiter is going to make that trine. It's already making the trine to your north node of destiny, right? Your north node of purpose. And when they start to connect where they were before, because the nodes travel in opposite ways that the planets do, right? Mm-hmm. So all the planets are going counterclockwise. Don't ask me why they go counterclockwise, they do. And the nodes go clockwise. So when they are coming around and they begin to have a node return, that means you're gonna smack right into your destiny. You're gonna smack right into your purpose. This happened to with MahMah T. This is the transit I was under when MahMah T was born. And Jupiter was in the 10th house as well too. So reason why I'm saying that, because now Jupiter is making that aspect as well as Uranus. So sometimes the spirit saves you to you nice and seasoned in order for you to make your debut. So with this, but in the area this is going to be is in the area of, we all know it's health and wellness, but the 6th house also represents, we know it's the workplace. It represents rituals, things that you practice, whatever that you've been practicing on and working on. It may start to make its debut now. You may be able to present it now. Are you in the health and wellness field? Are you do anything with medicine?
I was my previous jobs were in medicine, but
are you an artist?
A little bit.
Do you draw? What do you play music?
I draw, I write, I create, I make things.
Yeah. The things that you create with your art have healing abilities. They have healing abilities. Like you have artists that draw paintings that inspire people, that their art outlived them. And people spend millions and millions of dollars on their art. They're collector's items, rare items that outlive them. So the items that you make with your art, when you channel into it, like if you're working with crystals, if you're making jewelry, if you're making whatever, you drawing pictures or things of that nature, when you flow with your spirit, but all these energies you channeling in the spirit realm, all these people that you got walking with you, all these spirit guides you got walking with you, all these ancestors you got walking with you, are supposed to pull that out from the spiritual realm into the physical realm through art, through music, through anything that represents glamour, anything, film, photography, movies, film, all of these things are your wheelhouse, and your soul wants to express art in a way that can help heal people, that can help inspire people, because Pisces on a high vibration is inspiration, right? To inspire. So don't think you're drawing, you're doodling and stuff is art. Like, take it seriously. Get your paintbrushes out if you paint. Put your music on, whatever it is. And this is how you channel and express the God self, right? You bring it out from the state, and you bring it out into something that you can physically see, touch, feel, and show. And if you'll be surprised with that, how that can move other people.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I got several things in the making. One of the things that I make are twines. They're twigs. They're twigs, but they're wands.
I knew it. How did I know?
Wow.
Okay, so we dealing with a whole, I don't want to say the W word. You know what I'm talking about. But hold up,
we'll call her a sorceress.
or a high priestess, right? Or yeah, a spirit woman. How about that? Because Pisces, when we looking on the esoteric side, that's the high priestess. So here's the deal. Here's a relationship between Pisces and Virgo in the esoteric realm, right? Pisces cast spells. Not those spells aren't always bad, right? Cast spells, right? She's in tune with nature, with the waters. She's fluid. She can see visions. She sees beyond the veil. She can see how to utilize the energy. Whereas, so Pisces is like, I want to cast a love spell. She goes straight to Virgo. Virgo says, okay, so we're going to need 7 of these, 20 of these, 30 of these. Virgo writes out the ritual for Pisces to cast the spell work. So when you hold, so you hold it and you both. You know how to write the ritual. You know how to make the twand. Where the twand's used for? Come on.
Wow.
And they hold energy and power. Like
right. Because I put crystals, you know.
I want one. Shoot.
All right, I'll hook you up.
Honey, I'm gonna be in here.
One of my neighbors, you know, he used to like to pop off. And I used to tell him, you cannot be waving your wand around like that.
Which wand?
His mouth wand. His mouth wand.
They got other wands too.
Yo. Hey, yo.
So I made him a wand, you know, a twine, so that when he goes out in the world, you know, he can be mindful and not just be blasting people, because the brother used to just be blowing people out of the water. But
damn.
I used to have, I had this dream when I was in my 20s. And when I woke up, you know, it's like I've been somewhere. And in my journey,
astral travel. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yes,
definitely.
So when I would only say that I went to Pluto, but I really don't know. But on my return, getting back to my body, I passed the astral belt.
Oh,
the asteroid belt, I mean. You know, and that always stuck with me. It's like, oh, I'm going out to get some real information.
I know that's right.
Heck shit. You know what that astro belt is, right? I'm gonna really split your wig with this now.
Okay, split my wig.
The story goes when Murdoch and them boys came over here and started messing with Tiamat, and they dismembered her and they scattered her through the universe, part of her became the asteroid belt.
Oh, I believe that.
No, because it's still so clear. That journey.
You in your 20s?
I was in my 20s. I'm in my 70s now.
No, when you had the dream, you're saying you were in your 20s?
Yes, I was in my 20s. I was probably about 25, 26. But
wow.
I've just had major like dreams, and you know, when I would be, you know, put myself in danger, you know, something would come into my head and say, listen, when this bum comes down these stairs, you better grab onto him and walk out, because if you linger, it ain't gonna turn out good for you. Because when I was in my early, like, I think I might have been 21, and this guy, I was at the welfare building trying to get my little welfare stuff together, and this guy came out and he said, "Oh, I'm trying to help my sister get her kids back, and you seem like a nice person. I just need somebody to talk to." But I didn't want to talk to him, and I didn't want to walk with him, but I didn't want him to think that I was stuck up, and I didn't want him to think that I was a bitch. So I walked with the dude, right? And he got me in the building. It was an old building, and as soon as he got me there, he tried to violate me. And I started to cry, and he said, "If you cry, I'll break the motherfucking neck."
What the hell?
So I didn't know what to do, but in my mind, one of my guys said that this bomb was going to be coming down these steps, and this is your way out. So when he walked through that door, you walk through that door with him. So I literally wrapped my hand around this man's shirt, the back of his shirt. So when he stepped, I stepped. So there's been several things like that, because I used to like to go hiking, and I lived in Rockland, California, which is white man's land. So I'm on the trail, and this white guy walks past me. He says, "Hello." And I say hello. But then something said, "Get off the trail, get off the trail, get off the trail now." And I thought I was supposed to be like climbing up in the bushes and things to be meditating. So that's what I was, sitting on this ledge meditating. This guy comes barreling by, like elephants coming. And he ran past me and he stopped. And then he ran the other way and he stopped. And then he stopped right in front of me. And he was looking, but I'm all browned up. So I'm blending in with the trees and leaves and all the other stuff. But I realized, had I not got off that trail, I would not be here today.
Wow. Well,
So I've had like several like little incidents like that. And like when I go to like the corner store walking back home, I'm like a pigeon. A pigeon will never let you get close. It will walk next to you, and when you move, then the pigeon moves out. So you ain't never gonna catch it. So I was walking, and this brother was behind me, and I started to move towards the street, and he said, "Sister, I'm here to tell you that you're walking with the entourage of angels."
Awesome. Yeah.
But he said to me, "But don't stop what you're doing." So
Wow. Yes, sister. You have an allegiance behind you, and you need, knowing that you have that army behind you. In the certain situations you may have found yourself in, that's that Pluto, Mars energy, Mars moon. Those are the troublemakers of the zodiac. But once you get through that and understand that you're magnetic, right, and understanding what you're drawing in, what you be more careful of your surroundings, because when you have such a lot of planets in the 12th house, sometimes you're not aware of your environment as much as you are, because you're otherworldly. You're not really like here with the rest of us. Your body's here, but your mind and your spirit is elsewhere. So, and then there are other entities and beings can see your spirit and what you hold in. and may try to violate you in some way, but you do have a lot of spiritual energy around you. And your purpose is to draw on them to bring forth your connection that's closer to the divine through your art, through inspiration, through even your storytelling, right? Mm-hmm. And things of that nature, healing people from that perspective. Saturn, and this Saturn is going to come in here this last time, but it's going to bring in the form of partnerships to really start showing you who you should probably be connecting to and who you may not need to connect with. This North Node return you're about to have is going to really point to your soul growth, your destiny, in a way that you're not going to be able to deny it, especially as Jupiter shows you. It's going to be a natural occurrence, how Jupiter is trining that. I don't know if you can see my mouse up here. In the 10th house, right? So someone it's a woman, maybe a female, maybe this show, shit. It could be pointing away.
There's about to be an eclipse that is what 2 degrees from her ascendant. Like this show, her coming on this show, ma'am. I'm sorry, I'm saying your name. Tima's coming on this show is definitely like there's information you needed, like to move forward and to let go of. So that lunar eclipse is what 17 Pisces. What is her ascendant is what 17.
19. Her ascendant is 19.
19 Virgo. Okay, that lunar eclipse, and then we have a solar eclipse coming up. We have 2 new moons coming up. We have first one. The second one is coming up. Like this Virgo season, with these eclipses coming, you're going through a lot of changes right now. Like a lot of
transformations. Yes, transformation. But you got to shed that old skin to be rebirthed and renewed, so you can fulfill whatever it is that you came here to do. Trying to get clear on that, you know.
Nope. I feel that I'm crowning. You know, like when you give birth.
Oh wow!
I like that.
And the baby coming through it crowns. They be talking about the crown.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm coming out of the caterpillar.
The chrysalis.
Metamorphosing.
You know, so everything has just been melted down, liquefied.
Okay.
So that, you know, and I wrote about it like in my 20s and didn't understand it.
Bring those just back out. You having a Mercury return too? Oh yeah, you definitely need to pull out those old memories and things that you've written down. You've already had it. Yeah, you having it right now. Shit, pretty much. Yep. Tomorrow. This is not a coincidence. The sun is on the South Node, you talking about dreams and things of the past.
Yeah.
Right? South Node is conjunct the sun.
No, it's all coming together. It was like,
Yeah, absolutely. Part of fortune. Venus is about to cross over your part of fortune soon. Like this is an opportunity for you to really start tapping in and making your dreams come true. If we talked about dreams, making it either come true, right? We was talking about how Saturn could bring this information or this energy that either if you're living in an illusion or delusional, it's gonna burn that fog away and let you see what's real. Or if there's something that you've been doing for a long time, something that you've been working with for a long time, Saturn is like, well, now here's your chance. We're gonna bring this into fruition. Here, hold up.
Yeah.
You said you feel like you crowning. Saturn rules. He's the king or queen. Saturn is here to give you your crown.
Yes, indeed.
Shout out to the Crown Lord, Tiye Phoenix with the Crown Lord shirt on right now. Show everybody the shirt one more again. The sister just said, talking about she feel like she's crowning. Oh my God, Saturn is coming through. So you are one of the ones that most likely are going to be receiving your reward.
That's
I
right.
knew there was something coming through for you. I said, you about to come into something. And I saw that North Node coming around.
Yeah. Eclipse, all of that. That's about to be lit. About to be lit in your world.
Keep in touch with me. I want one of them twins, Mama, though. I want one of them. So we're
Is that I don't have my glasses on anymore, but is there part of fortune in Leo?
Her part of fortune is 15 degrees Leo.
Okay, that's the Lion's Gate.
Wow.
That's the Lion's Gate, 15 degrees Leo.
Listen,
Listen,
right about to cross that joint too.
How you was telling her to keep making art, keep drawing, keep build that. So your part of fortune in Leo is like, as long as you embrace being that shining star that you are, yeah, like yeah.
It's time for you to come out them shadows.
Exactly.
Come out from the back. Come out from the back room.
Right. I mean,
Lionsgate is crazy.
I mean, I don't want to like really put all of my stuff out there, but I've been working on Bob. It's called Bob, Black-owned businesses.
Okay.
You know, like placards, so that, you know, instead of just having the Black-owned business kind of logo, it's like, let's go stealth and just create a symbol.
Tima, don't tell. Don't tell nobody.
Yeah,
but I like wait, but you yeah, you got an acronym for it and everything.
Right, that's enough. Ding, 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 ding.
Yep, but
yeah.
But I've been working on it for years and years, and I keep coming back to it. So it's like, okay, you got to get ready.
Not only that, get ready, but I would strongly suggest copyright and trademarking, protecting your intellectual property.
Right.
Okay. These are some of the things you definitely want to begin doing. Writing these things down, putting them in a way. So, you know, getting ready means being prepared to execute.
Right.
You know? So one thing about having a stellium in Pisces, you're full of ideas. You've got a lot of ideas, idealistic. You have a lot of these things going on. The North Node is saying we must pull it into this realm. It's time to put things in order. It's time to get analyze these things. It's time to make some kind of structure and order out of it to make it a reality, right? Even though it's Pisces that rules visions and everything otherworldly, but it's in the sixth house of real things, reality, things that you can touch, tangible things. So it's start with one thing, bring it out, and let that lead to other things. You're gonna have to do it anyway. I'm telling you, by the time that North Node comes around sometime next month, probably, you're gonna have the urge stronger and stronger and stronger. Something has to be made. It's gonna come. Something has to be bought out. You're gonna either start selling your wands or something but you're gonna start bringing your art, your music, whatever it is that you have in the back room. It's gonna have to start coming out. But the key thing is, it has to help and inspire others as well.
Right.
Right.
And that's the goal.
Yes, indeed. All right, sister.
All right. Well, I appreciate it.
What'd you say?
No, I said I appreciate it so much. And my son turned me on to you, and
that's what's up.
You my girl.
Well, thank you, my sister. You my girl too. Thank you, Tima, aka Seven Sisters of Pleiades. I know what's
I was going to say the Pleiadian sisters.
Yep. So I'm the star in the wand. that you always see in your comments.
Oh, yes. Now I got a face to the icon, to the emoji. Thank you. Listen, you're in my group. You're in my Patreon group, obviously. So I'm gonna send you a message there because I want one of them wands, and I'm gonna tell me how I could buy one of them from you because I'll start promoting them for you as well. If because I know they're gonna be fire. I already know of the energy that you carry. I know them wands gonna be fire. And I'm gonna be like I be having my little selenite right here. I'm gonna be having my wand on. They'll be like, "Yo, where you get that from?" I said, "Oh, I got Sister Tina. You want her website? Boom, right here. Go ahead and get you one, custom made. She got a whole bunch of power in her. She got all them people that's in her head, in her spirit that she walking with. Those gods. She got that Pluto, that Sun, that Mercury retrograde. Come on, like." You are a walking gift, and it's time to share yourself with the world, my sister.
I just had to get ready. You know, I had
That's right.
It's time to go.
You gotta drop a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, one thing at a time.
You know, but you know, I've dropped it. You know, I've seen the people that I need to see, you know, before I have my little blinders on, but you know,
they ripped off now, huh?
Yeah.
I know they is. All right, Miss Tima, will you enjoy the rest of your night? I appreciate you. Ty, you want to drop your number again so we could close out? If anybody wants to book with Tiye Phoenix on the astrological consultation, feel free. I'm gonna drop your number. I gotta write it in there. Thank you, Miss Tima. I appreciate you for being on, and look out for my message on the Patreon channel. Okay.
All right.
All right. I say.
Bye.
Woo!
Locked out or locked in. We really explored that.
We was in there. We did a whole shift again. We did a part-time shift today. We did 4 hours, 1 second, 1 minute in the building. So I'm gonna put your information in the chat one more time for those who want Tiye Phoenix information. And while you shout out your IG and everything of that nature where they could find you. You have a Cash App. First, give me.
Yes, indeed. I have the number you can call. That number, if you are interested in having a chart analysis, is 443-272-5393. And let me also just put it out there. If you follow me, well, I'm on TikTok. I'm on Instagram. Instagram is just like the screen, Tiye Phoenix, no space, no underscores, straight one word. On TikTok, it's Tiye Phoenix 713. Okay, and if you follow me on there, you'll see a website. There's some products on my website you might be interested in. Maybe you want to start learning astrology for yourself. I have a video called Astrology for Geniuses. Really, really simple information that you would hear what Sha and I were doing tonight, and you would have had some foundational knowledge. Like, oh, I know why they said Mars was there. I know why they said Saturn. I know why they. Yeah. So Astrology for Geniuses Part 1 is like $25. I lowered the price. It's been out for about 3 years now. It's been for about three and a half years. There's also another product in there called Bigger Than Your Triggers, which is triggers and shadow work and healing exercises for all the zodiac signs.
What's your website?
It's pay them. God, I have to read it to you. It's not okay. You want to type it, or are you typing it, or
I'm gonna type it in.
Okay, it's PayHip, like PayHip, payhip.com /Tiye Phoenix. My name, no, like payhip.com. Go in there and see like some of the products. Bigger Than Your Triggers is that's a very, very powerful. I can't even say ebook because you don't have to
I
read.
think I spelled that
Like,
wrong. Hold on. Let me take that down. I think I spelled that wrong. But go ahead, finish. I'm gonna type it again.
Okay. Payhip, PAYHIP
I spelled it.
.com. Payhip.com, and it's / Tiye Phoenix.
Okay.
Payhip. So it's like you go in there, take a chance, like you'll see the products. Bigger Than Your Triggers is the most recent one. They're like e-guides and videos. And I can't say e-book because you don't have to read anything. You can just literally, you could be like doing chores around the house and just press play and listen. It's like a video. And I go into all of the different triggers that all the signs confront. Triggers are what keep us from really growing and manifesting. Because when you get past what triggers you, then you can really dive deep. So, like Sal said earlier, I'm in the mental health field. I'm in the mental health field, like outside of, astrology and music. I'm in the mental health field, like I'm an actual counselor. So, I put together a guide, where all 12 zodiac signs could start doing shadow work exercises that are specific to each zodiac sign. So go on the site and navigate and see some, you might be interested in the products that are there.
Awesome. Well, I want to say thank you, my sister. Thank you for joining us on the platform today and tapping into these transits, these planets, this astrology. This is a science that I really urge many of you to go ahead and check out her site and see if there's something that you could be interested in learning this, if she has astrology guides and things of that nature, because this is going to be the norm soon. We had a conversation earlier about how when we need to have references about when people who do astrology, when you're working with someone, they should have references to doctors, to nutritionists, to psychologists, to psychiatrists, because astrology, you'll find the root of what's going on. And then from there, you can be treated properly with the proper medications, with the proper holistic remedies, and all of these things to help you better your life, as opposed to traditional ways of doing things to heal yourself. Right? If we're going into the age of Aquarius, Aquarius is the sign that rules astrology. So the fact that we are trying to present this information and this knowledge to you is to really help you expand your mind and your consciousness and see how this can be helpful to you, because everyone has a natal chart. Everyone has their own planetary alignments on how the cosmos were aligned at the time and date that you were born, to help you remember who you are and the things, the challenges, as well as the rewards that are set before you. And if you start learning these things, you may be able to navigate your life a little better. There's no such things as coincidences and no such things as accidents, but there are some things that you can probably alter to switch up the keyword to manifest something else, because the planets will operate within their jurisdiction, but that doesn't mean you're fated to one thing that they mean. They mean 1,000 things. So that means you may have a choice to tap in to one in 1,000 things to manifest for yourself underneath its jurisdiction. All right, y'all. So any last words for the people?
I hope that everybody really found value in this live. I'm so grateful for you inviting me to talk about Saturn going back into Pisces, because this is an exciting time. I mean, Saturn, Pisces, Pluto, Aquarius, to be alive right now is like so grateful to the Creator. Like, damn, I'm alive during the age of Aquarius. I'm alive during the A of A.
Switching of the guards, right?
Yes, watching all of these traditions that no longer serve us, watching them crumble in real time. You know what I mean? That is such a gift, I think, to be alive, to do everything that people said you were never going to do, to watch systems fall that people thought were never going to fall, You know, I mean, civilizations come and go thousands of years. It's not like the first time this would have happened, you know, but to be alive and actually be a part of it, that's the thing. Like, you have an assignment in it. That's like, that's big. So I want to thank you for acknowledging that in me and allowing me to come on here. And I hope everybody really did get some notes, to mental notes or written notes on whether or not they should be locking in or whether or not they'll be locked out, and how they can navigate that. So
I say. Well, thank you, sister. I appreciate you. You have a wonderful night. Make sure y'all follow Tiye Phoenix on IG at Tiye Phoenix IG 713. Right. And also on TikTok.
Yep.
713. All right. Make sure you check her out on her webpage. I think I just had it up there a minute ago. It was I lost it again. Well, it was payhip.com payhip.com/Tiye Phoenix, and check out some of her products and services. And thank you, Ty. Really enjoy your presence. Enjoy your information and the knowledge you bring. And make sure you go out there and cop that EP that she got at the TP. Tell them about the music, though. Where we gonna find this music, Ty?
Bandcamp. You could look. We stream it on all platforms, but you already know Independence, Age of Aquarius, my North Node, Aquarius Freedom. Listen, independent artists doing independent things. So go to Bandcamp and stream the Crown Loads TP. LPs we call albums, but I call it TP because that stands for Tiye Phoenix. So Crown Loads TP. Yeah, you got. Listen, the music already told you what was gonna happen. They thought I was just rapping. They thought I was just talking. I'm trying to know we dropping prophecy. Told y'all. So yeah, thank you. If you support me, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm trying to find the cut right here because I think we're gonna end the show with the A of A remix in the building.
Yay!
Hold on. We're gonna try to find that joint.
She said she left y'all clean cut like razor blades, okay? That's what y'all listen.
I was out here being jiggy with it right quick.
Shout out to Rusty and Aida.
Rusty, oh man. If y'all haven't heard the A of A remix, I'm gonna try to find it right now. I don't know why I ain't pop up when I just put it in there. That should be number 1 on the list. That's kind of weird, but all right, I think I have it on my website. So I'm going to share the screen. We're going to end with that clip. Once again, I hope you all enjoyed the video. I hope you all enjoyed the session that we had today, how we broke everything down. Okay, it's not on here anymore.
What? A of A remix?
Yeah, I don't see it on YouTube anymore.
What? How? Why not?
That's a little
That's
odd.
Concerning.
That's super odd because I know I had it on my channel.
Yeah, it was. A of A remix.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me try this again. I don't understand what the problem is. Okay, here we go. I found it.
Yeah, it came right
found it. Yeah, it's up here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us on this this evening, this night. Oh man, we really did it big. All the guests who came on the show from the Patreon channel. Make sure you go ahead and like, share, and subscribe to the official MahMah T video, our website here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm doing 17 things at one time. Make sure you go ahead and like, share, and subscribe to the video. If you haven't joined the Patreon channel, the link is in the description. And with that being said, peace, love, happiness, and all the good stuff. I'm going to leave out with the show, with the track, the remix. Welcome to the A of A by your girl Tiye Phoenix, featuring Rusty Juts, myself, Sha Bliss, and the sister Ida, and bringing up the caboose in the back is your girl Tiye Phoenix. Once again, everybody, thank you. Have a wonderful night. Love y'all. Peace, love, and hair grease, soul, and all that good stuff. And once again, y'all, welcome to the A of A. Let's go.
Yeah, welcome to the A of A. But it's the remix. Now what you got to say? Remix. Vibration going up, so get out the way.
Welcome to the A of A.
It's the A of A.
This is when Jupiter aligns with Mars. When the moon is in the 7th house. As this Aquarius combines bars, these heavy punchlines hit you in your mouth. Then I say welcome to the A of A, where information comes free, still you gotta pay. For living expenses, food, artillery, a black Adonis fighting harder than the Creed trilogy. I'm leading my fam as the breadwinner, the spirit guider, the protector, head spinner, dead sinner. I'm in the middle of the mayhem, not for games, don't you ever try to play him. Official air sign, I'm a rare find, 100 reps hitting every step on the stair climb. Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Intellects duck down when my mind sprays. Everything is changing on the world stage. We here now, it's the Aquarius age.
Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and it can't stay.
Third eye pump, so what a hater say. I left y'all clean cut like razor blades. Yeah, I'm a psychic, 12 houses ignited. Moon and Scorpio hook the bait, then watch you bite it. Yo, I glow like the moon, my tongue a silver spoon, igniting angles of light while sipping Lotus Bloom. Age of Aquarius, smooth like Sagittarius. Came out the underground, you would think my name was Harriet. Yo, whoever thought I'd have 500,000 followers? That's what you get when you rock with black astrologers. So ain't no stopping me, I guess I'm an anomaly. I had to tell it honestly, I'm probably born a prodigy. I walk with no apologies, age filled to alchemy. You hated me as job blessed, but fell in love with Mama T.
Ordinary life can hold extraordinary potential. You gotta feel it to believe it, that's the vice I'm into. I like my poison organic, baby, the price is mental. I don't make the rules, but I read them all, cause I like to bend them. They try to shame me for my source, so we wrongfully. Now they stuck in lower dimensions, wishing they cross with me. Bitches out your mind, they ask when they talk with me. Of course, how the fuck you think I'm alive when there's war coming? The veil's lifted, the light revealing dark corners. What was once a conspiracy seemed like harsh warnings. Vaccinating the population that mark on. Experiment on the people, then bring the martial law in. Politicians in Hollywood do the trafficking, but higher frequencies are united now and we after them. Everybody, welcome to the A of A. If you can't move forward, just get out the way. Everything is changing on the world stage. We here now, it's the Aquarius age.
Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and they can't stay.
Banging this knowledge on your mental like Jesus and Buddha. The force of Kali Yuga with the grace of Queen Afua. Aiming my bars with precision like 100 shooters. I'm the yang and yang, perfect blend of the soul of the lunar. I see 11, 11 sevens, 444, 222s. My angels always ready for war. I see that 888, now my power's restored. Watching ninjas fall on these swords, now they gotta applaud. Age of Aquarius, my water bearers make it happen. Your karma's on the line, ringing like the planet Saturn. Generational curses broken, we shift the pattern. You stupid if you think I came out of the rib of Adam. I'm the primordial water flow in the dark fluid. And when you see that open portal, better walk through it.
Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Remix. Welcome to the A of A. Remix. Welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and they can't stay.
Your North Node is calling. Are you listening? It's the blueprint of your destiny, the coordinates to your highest evolution. This ain't just astrology, baby. This is soul alchemy. You ever feel like you've been here before? Like your spirit's been dancing through dimensions, searching for the path it was always meant to walk? That's where I come in. North Node Astrology is where the mystical meets the practical, where ancient wisdom decodes your purpose, your power, your next level. You, align with the stars, activate your fate, step into your divine assignment. North Node Astrology, because the universe has been waiting for you. Visit North Node Astrology and book your consultation with me today at sacredtea.net. If you would like to be a guest on the Stella Maris podcast, please contact me at info@sacredtea.net.